Good morning. Hey. Oh, hang on a second. Hello again. Let's move this hourglass away. Focus in on what we're doing because it is another Airwindows live stream. And we are doing coding stream again. And here's what I've got in mind. This is going to be a more light-duty coding stream in that I'm not as fixated on doing amazing things and solving big problems today. I'd like to walk through some of the stuff that I set up in advance that needs doing. Among them, those changes to console 6 and setting up the framework for console 9, which is a slight change on the code for console 6. And I have an idea for splitting the discontinuity plugin, which I was working on all Tuesday, into 3, count them 3 plugins. And that's because discontinuity is arriving at the state of being a mix bus. The idea was I needed something where I can use it as a sort of mix bus style thing. It's going to have to sit after everything or somewhere in the chain as part of the console plugin, and you will set up basically how loud is 0. And the interesting thing about it is that since it doesn't actually do its own clipping, I see no reason that I couldn't set it up as, this is 0, but you can still run stuff unreasonably hot into it, at which point you have to either clip or whatever after it, but it will still be causing the same results as far as the tonal characteristics from excessive loudness in free air. The other plugin is going to be called Disintegrate. Rather than discontinuity, it's going to be another dis, and it's going to be Disintegrate. It's also going to run latency. And the idea for that one is firstly make it so that I can do more stages or fewer stages, like adjust the number of stages that it runs. But also I need to dial back the filtering that I'm doing. I want a plugin where I can have it kick in on really high frequencies in exactly the way that gave me trouble when I was doing it on sine wave. Lots of work on Tuesday went into dealing with the situation that if I played a particular track, I played Chrome Dragon off of my album Dragons, and it starts out with probably, I'm not sure whether it's a Proteus or a Kawai, a hardware synth playing its version of a sine wave in a little arpeggio. And as it did that, my initial version of discontinuity threw a really sharp sort of harmonic. You didn't really see it so much on the waveform. I didn't see anything that was obviously broken about the waveform, but you heard the distinction. You heard the additional stuff coming out, and it was really pretty sharp. I was not happy with all of my sine wave suddenly becoming that. Cool in its way, but it made me feel like this has to be able to sound clearer than this. And that's what all the work on Tuesday went towards. And the third one is just let's do another version of distance. If I've got distance already, and I've got something that can apply the correct amplitude stuff to a filtered sound, and distance is doing a even filtering, then there's no reason I can't just put out a new form of distance, which also now has a amplitude control. And it was fun at the end of the last stream doing all of that stuff with dB and starting at 120 dB And the next thing you know, we're trying to make it work at 140. I did a whole amplitude formulation thing. The interesting thing to me about that is that the sounds I was using, you start pushing them up that high, and it first made a bunch of abrasive, crackly energy, and then it started to saturate and drop levels significantly. And I thought that was really interesting. Like, that is a behavior that I can use for things. The fact that this emulation of air, when handled in this way, has a literal compression effect, where you can push it so far that it just stops giving you more output. I think that's actually kind of cool. So it only happens when you're up above 130 dB in this algorithm, and I'm pretty happy with that. I'm pretty happy with how that's working out. So this is going to be more of a chill stream, and we're going to be doing the coding for these 3 plugins, and probably some experimenting with what you see here, which is Cathedral 2 Lite. That was designed as a plugin on the belief that the trouble some people have been having might be due to K-Cathedral being too complicated, or there being too much to it. I feel like sometimes when I run this particular code, like for instance, let's fire it up, see if we can get it to crash. On this, which is a FLAC file that's fairly large, and I don't think it's going to matter that much if I've got Xcode open, and I'm opening this up, and it's 96K, and it's kind of trying to load itself, so it's got that going. And then if I fire up K-Cathedral 2 Lite and I hit play, it kind of stalled for a moment, and then it worked. And traditionally, if I hit apply close, it quits. But in this case, it did not. And this is the kind of stuff that I'm sort of dealing with, is trying to make K-Cathedral 2 and comparably complicated plugins work for everybody. Because I'm finding that sometimes it crashes on me on my antique computer that I'm doing the initial development with. And then other people were also reporting problems sometimes. And you can see how long it's taking to process this. The reason I'm doing it on this particular track is not because I need it done, but simply because I was seeing whether I could get Twisted Wave to crash by running this on it. And I did not, so we're going to wait for it to finish doing its thing, and then maybe do some of the experiments I wanted. Notably, here's what I'm after with playing with this extra version. Playing with this version that's probably not going to come out, and right now it's no longer even the light version. Right now, what we've got here is the same as K-Cathedral 2, complete with the early reflections, but there's one change. This is using the discontinuity algorithm, just 2 instances of it, not the full stack of 4, but just 1 instance each, on the same delay slot that turned into an all-pass, where I originally had a very small vibrato. And we've dropped that in there. So the next thing that I want to fool with, because I feel like I did this and then I didn't really get into critical listening, and it felt like it cut back the sustain a lot. So here's our bringing everything to silence again. And here is something I'm going to want to pay attention to, which is simply my ability to use the DB control and adjust it on the fly. So if I recompile this, now I will have the, we could put it to 100 and just have it a neat 0 to 100 there. That's giving me what's supposedly calibrated, but it's not really calibrated anymore because I made too many changes. And, oh, and by the way, the one person who is watching this early in the morning, I am open for asking questions about the plugins or whatever, so shoot if that pleases you. But here's what we're doing at the moment is, before I get into some of the other coding, building this version of K-Cathedral 2 Lite. And now I want to hear what this sounds like at different settings. So for starters, let me do my drums and see whether I can get a distinct difference in sound based on how I'm adjusting it. This should be about the same as it started out. But as I turn it up, I do hear, hey Igor, no, it's not early morning for you. It's people are all over the world. That's something I'm gonna have to get used to. But I feel like I've cut back the amplitude through suppressing that one channel, the all-pass channel. But if I drop it right down, I almost spilled my coffee. That was terrifying. Let's not do that again. Yikes. Holy crud. Did I blow your speakers? Oh, dearie me. So let's not do that anymore. I hear that my tweeters are still there, thankfully. But I hear a sustain here. It did sound like loudness and distance, I'll give it that. I can move it a little slower and it doesn't do scary things. So if I need to be careful about clicking on the wetness. Let's try that on something else that I know will sound loud if it's distorted. Guitar. Okay, that sounds distorted. So around here, the more I turn it up, the more it's going to sound like a much larger guitar amp recorded less loudly. I can kind of hear that in there. I think that's useful. So we can make it sound like the guitar is incredibly saturated. But then as we slowly move it the other direction, we can get it to where we hear sort of the air crackle of deep reverb at high amplitude, but it's a subtle thing. And I feel like that seems good. I'm going to have to try that on a sine as well. Ring System Music asks, which of my many console bus emulations would be my favorite? I'm still working on more. It's typically going to be the one that I'm working on that's not done yet. Of the ones that I've actually got out, it's a toss-up between Console MC and Console LA. And I'll tell you why. Console LA is kind of better for certain things, but Console MC gives me a particular control that I find handy. That control being that mid-range boost control for MCI consoles that I emulated in my own way without necessarily duplicating it. But that a tight little mid-range boost that actually sounds good is something I find very useful for a bunch of different kinds of sound. It's helpful to be able to dial into sort of a loud projecting overtone and sweep it around. In fact, what I'm probably going to do for let's say Console X for a coolness factor. I mean, if it's good enough for Elon Musk wanting to turn everything into it, then I should, and Mac OS. Mac OS is used X as well. So the summation of my final console thing, once I do the Console 9, which is a variation on Console 6, then, and that's probably going to involve re-releasing every console to include the newest one. The Console X is probably going to do this. I'm probably going to do a mid-cut / mid-boost for it, and it'll have that sweepable mid, but what'll happen is if you're boosting that sweep. If you're cutting the whole mid-band like you would in Console LA, because I found that useful, but that mid-peak peaks through at the original volume. So it'll become either do a boost there or cut the entire mid-range so that you're just leaning on the lows and highs. And I'm thinking about doing stuff with Kalman and Air 3 for those crossovers. If I can get Kalman, that's another experiment that I could do today as well, is fool with Kalman and see what it sounds like when I cut those frequencies. Because when I ran Kalman on audio stuff, particularly, drum kits and full tracks and so on, it acted like a Yamaha sub-kick drum mic. And that was most unexpected. And while it was doing that, there was also a weird sort of mid-range crackle that also showed up there. And I want to study what that stuff is doing. Like, if I have a low band where you can boost just the subs, but then you're also sort of boosting some other kind of energy or some other kind of behavior. Firstly, I want to know what that sounds like on music, whether that's a useful kind of crossover, because it's not simply an EQ crossover, it's a more complicated behavior. And then I want to find out what it sounds like when you take away the subs that you create doing that. And that could involve making it an inverse, going back into Kalman and making it an inverse to dry to wet control. because that's one way of doing that. If you can isolate it so that you have the subs out of the original sound on full wet, and then you just simply subtract it, yeah, don't worry about it. A crappy blonde, you're asking a dumb person who just happens to be very determined, and the things I'm trying to do can prove useful. So don't worry, there's no such things as dumb questions. That is something... Oh, hang on. I must have spilled some coffee down the side of my cup. Hopefully it didn't spill all over my shirt. That probably happened when the audio exploded on me. But yeah, so here is... we can change the guitar sound from equal volume with the guitar deep in the cathedral not being especially loud, to the guitar is in the cathedral and this time it's incredibly loud. And we can apply that to things like Alien Kittens. Basically happy with that, or simply drum kit. Let's move it to here. And if that was not terribly loud, yeah. And then if it was terribly loud, but that sounds more like a PA system. So we want a, I don't know, roughly 75. And this will make mixing into whatever acoustic space I'm simulating. And we're not going to be using this on plate reverbs, but we're going to be using this in acoustic spaces. It'll make anything going into that, the harder you push into the reverb, it starts to sound as if the space is actually loud and full of sound. So... the guitar. Let's push it until it starts to clip out and doesn't let you distort the output anymore. Oh, Blonde, I have no idea what you're talking about there. I do not remember anything of the sort. Plug in to insert in odd instances like first, third, and fifth slots. I don't remember what that would be. Not unless it's something like Ultrason X or Hyperson X, which is simply a filter in multiple stages that you can stack up, like similarly to what I was doing in Console 8, where it's this composite filter made up of a pile of biquads. And yeah, you should be able to use Console MC for the back. Console MC and Console LA will sound different in the following ways. Console LA, maybe bigger sort of film score kind of sound because it's a film scoring console. Console MC, pop record. Especially the stuff that I was doing with Subtight ended up giving it a bit of a tilty cue behavior. And I straightened that out so it didn't get exaggerated, but it's still kind of present. And so that means that Console MC will always have a little bit of sort of extra glitter. Console MC will have that sort of pop record sheen going on, which I think is, I mean, this is the classic Eagles console. I don't think there's necessarily anything so wrong with that. And by contrast, Console LA steps pretty hard on excessive brightness. So if you were looking for like modern hi-fi sparkle and sounding like a recording studio the way people are used to hearing them these days, Console MC is probably going to be your best bet. Console LA is more likely to give you retro sounds and will handle brightness in such a way where it's not going to sound overly digital. But it does that through rather strenuous means. One of the things I'm thinking about with regard to taking the discontinuity plugin and making one called Disintegrate, where I can change everything around a lot more wildly, is I should be able to throw a natural acoustic form of treble saturation, whereas everything I've been using has been along the lines of like Platinum Slew or whatever. Indeed. Indeed, yeah, you can use Console MD for that. That'll be one where it doesn't really have the extra brightening and it's stripped down and simplified. So that is, of course, also available. And will probably get you a fuller bass. But then a lot of my things are going to be doing that going forward. So let's see. I was thinking about taking a guitar that was this loud and setting up K Cathedral, or setting up this particular calculation so that it would saturate the loudest sustains and stop them from being distort. So this is still going to be distort. See, it's peaking out a little bit too hot, but I can put sort of a ceiling in there so that it forces it to not get louder. And then the next thing that I do in testing is cut back the level of that guitar and see whether it still sounds like it's too much. Because the idea with this, you should be able to set this up on a bus and just have it going into the output bus at full crank and have that work. So it should be gain staged into. And I think that's sort of the key to making it work. So if I go back to this, still got a bit of a peak there. And if I go a little louder than that, I'm stepping on it a little bit. And that should be defined as too much volume into the reverb. I don't know if I'm going to be able to cut it off before it reaches actual clipping here, but what I'm doing is not a clipper, so maybe that's not, what I'm doing is a frequency modulation. The idea of it being able to do a clipping is slightly crazy, so maybe it's time to dial this in tone-wise instead. Which could mean sounds a bit PA stacky to me. Let's take it just to have 777. Yeah. And then if we go back to the drums, maybe it's a little too much. But the thing I was going to try here, since we're not applying this just yet, a little gain staging. By exactly 6 dB down. Same thing. But this should sound like the amp is not as loud as the previous amp. Wow. That last little... Oh, no, wait. I know what happened. That last little moment was just uncorrected back to the original volume again. Which gives me an idea for an experiment. Will this sound like a guitar in the room and it's being turned up louder and louder until it is saturating the audio space? I think that kind of got there. Nice. So about 0.777 is the number. So if I was doing death metal, I could be doing 0666. If I was that fond of the Christian mythos, that being where that comes from. Anytime you're going on about devil and 666 and stuff, you're simply being Christian in reverse. That is it's as simple as that. Let's play with drums on that while we're at it. No, it's not actually a joke. I'm quite serious. here is drums into this. I'm pretty happy with where that's going. Not that it's terribly interesting all by itself, so let's see. And I'm going to run off and get another cup of coffee pretty soon. But for now, we have an answer, which is that $77.7. Audio ideas. I love you doing stuff that's building off of things that I work. I'm very less likely to notice it because, as you see, I'm working on things too. And I think I remember you should be asking other folks in chat. There's like 8 people here, and who knows how many people watching afterwards. By all means, audio ideas is talking about a Reaper insert script. And you say fake, so I'm not sure if it would necessarily work, but I'm not enough of a Reaper expert to tell you. Maybe it's just a busing situation. For running console plugins post-fader so that you can use the fader in Reaper. There's pluses and minuses around that. For instance, Console 7 has its own fader built in that does different things than you get with just using the DAW fader and putting the plugin post fader. But in general, and for certain of the plugins, like almost anything that doesn't have special ballistics for the fader, the idea is that you should be able to put it post fader, and then you could use the fader rather than whatever is inside the plugin. So people who are really concerned about, because bear in mind, this is my fader. I set it up so that I have a little tiny control surface. I've talked about this many times before. It's the Music Things modular kit that you solder together yourself. And this is my fader, so I never use the DAW fader. I use a control surface. But for people who really need to have the big fader on the screen, it does give you visual feedback to where it's being set. Such a script sounds like it would be useful to people. Let me see now. So I've got some math to do, and I'm wondering whether I can find a convenient way of doing this. I'm also wondering whether my calculator plugin or program will give me this. It should. So let's start with 77.7 divided by 20. It'll be 3.885. So 10 to the power of 3.885 should give me a largish number. Let's see how large of a number it is. Oh, I should clear first. That's actually a square root, so this is the one I want to push. Raise the displayed value to the power of the next value entered. That's the one I want. 10 to the power of 885. Nice. So let's copy that. Times this very small number is 0.00049. So we can probably leave off this 1, and we're right about at the point of if I make it very much smaller, that's going to make it be a little bit less saturated, but not much. It's still going to be in the ballpark. And here is our change. It needs to be, well, no, it doesn't need to be scaled to overall scale. This is running inside. Nice. Okay, figured that part out. Let's see where we got, because here's the thing. This is running inside a downsampled routine. So including the scaling to overall scale is incorrect. Everything that I was previously doing, so let's see now. I think I can actually calculate this out so that it gives me the right result, because the stuff I was referring to, the test sample audio and also that drum kit, those are all 96K. None of them were 44.1K, but the internal calculation is running at 44.1K. So everything that I was doing is internally scaled to be this value. And overall scale for everything that I checked is always going to be a certain number. And if I run at 44.1K, it'll start making it be the wrong number. So I want to build in the 96K setting for this. So this number divided by 44.1K times 96K, here's the real value that I'm dealing with. And when you look at that, it's just about exactly 0.001. That's not too far away from one of my shifting bits numbers, in fact. So the real number we're dealing with is going to be something like that. And well, we can find a shifting of bits numbers, and then we can do the scaling into this and have a pretty pristine quality, as in the mantissa is going to be the same for both the step down and step back up again for doing this processing with. And I like that. I like that. So we have got there. And as I increase it, it'll make it be slightly more saturated. If I decrease it, it'll make it be slightly less. But I think I have enough room to go for the 125 or whatever the value is. So first, let's save this in case it crashes or something. It probably won't, but who knows. Then we go and look up some of the values which exist in this program. And looky there. So we can, these two are 6 dB apart from each other. And these are the other side of it. You know, I can go back to my calculator and see what the inverse calculation would be. kind of like the idea of that. Rather than this long decimal points and stuff, we can describe it as a simpler number. So that would involve doing this, copying this number, 1 divided by this number gives me like about 935. So which do I choose, 512 or 1024? I'm thinking that's closer to 1024. It's easier for me to see that way. So here's our mantissa-preserving calculation. If you multiply or divide by that, it gives you a change in the exponent without changing anything else. And 935 is close enough to 1024 that we can run with it and see what we get. But there's another change that must happen. And you can probably see what it is. If it was originally this 0.0000, etc., we need to divide by 1024, not multiply by it, and then do the same in reverse. And now we've gain staged our error discontinuity to a nearest 6 dB level. And now we get to take away one of those controls, because this is the gain staging that we need for this. We could maybe even take away some of the other controls, like dBi and dB delay. And this is now gone. dBi and dB delay. Where do we first run into them? Here. And now that we have established them once, we get to reuse them. So dB delay is the int because it is floor of this, and dBi is float. I originally had it in int. That is a bug that I had in a previous stream that I had to fix, because it's got to be a float or a double. We'll call it a double. Because it is this number, but it's the interpolation value. I doesn't stand for int, I stands for interpolate. And since we have it here, we will be reusing it there, and that is just fine. We can do a little tinkering with some of this. Like, let's move this up here just so that we're distinguishing that we have our left and right. In fact, let's not worry so much about having this. This is going to become a little code chunk that should be droppable into a variety of things like this. make a little distinguishing factor there. And then we are going to put our scaling on a single line, and that's just, we're taking our volume levels for this that we're processing and shifting it down to where we need it to work on. That looks like it will work and be something we can do with that 11 length delay slot, which always exists on the 5x5 matrices. So as long as I've got that, let's scoot off and make another cup of coffee and throw another log on the fire. A little more maintenance. And I'm even going to play Taming This Oxen for you. That. Yeah, it is. That track is Taming This Oxen. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, I think it is. Let's see. Get info. Show info. It is Taming the Oxen as a console MC mix. So Ring System Music, if you're still there, you just heard what console MC can sound like on bespoke-y craziness and whatever, assuming that was what you were doing with bespoke synthetic things. That's what console MC can sound like on synthetic things. And I'm happy that you were enjoying it, because that's something that I like, being able to melt that stuff together. I have a recent discovery, actually, to the point where, let's skip off of that for a moment. I have a recent discovery. Remember how in the last stream I was looking up the loudest bands ever in the Guinness Book of World Records and stuff? And it was like, okay, and so here's The Who, of course, and so on and so forth. And then Mastodon, whoever Mastodon is, making it to 130 dB. And it's like, oh God, I have to hack my software so that it can attempt to behave like that. What would that even sound like? And I hadn't been listening to Mastodon. So I did a little deep dive. And I kind of like Mastodon. In particular, I was paying attention to Mastodon's drummer, I think Bron Daylor or something like that. And man, like the drummer for Mastodon, who's also like a leader, it's a guy that made the band, he plays like I would play if I could. Like, that's how I hear drums. That is indeed. Yeah, you got to do these things synthetically. I will make plugins so that you can get these sounds without having to be Mastodon. I would love to try to remix one of their things once I get all of my crap together properly. But, the way that guy throws in fills and stuff is exactly how I would want to play if I could. And when I can, I kind of play like that as much as I can for like a 55-year-old man who doesn't practice drums enough. Yeah, Bran Daylor. And what's interesting about that is the way in which the timing works is very in line with the stuff I'm thinking about as far as trying to make human music rather than very synthetic, easily AI replicable music. And I'll tell you why. Because I do the same thing. And I've tried to make it be a style. In fact, if you listen to my track Rise, you hear my drums doing this kind of thing a lot. I'm just not nearly as good. And that's fine. I don't have to be as good as like one of the most impressive drummers I've ever seen in my life. But the way it works is he's constantly throwing in these fills, these rapid like rolls and things. All of his all of his playing is single stroke rolls. Pretty much the same for me. I can't even do double stroke rolls. I'm not really interested in trying because it's drums. It all has to be loud. But they're like, the stuff that he does is timing wise, it's malleable in this really interesting way. It always goes, when you throw in these fills and things, everything that he does always has to work in such a way where the fill like accelerates into the next beat. That's what always happens with this stuff, whether it's kicks, whether it's toms, snares. He's really into snares. It just has this fast stuff, but every time he goes into a fast roll, it always feels like it's accelerating into the next bit. And that is nonlinear time. If you programmed it exactly the way it seems to be written, you'd fail to get the groove. It is a way of pursuing time that's very in line with like your classic rock and heavy rock and acid rock and all that kind of stuff. Oh, no, I believe you. Like, having now gone on my little deep dive and listened to a bunch of Mastodon and begun watching some making of, they've got several making of videos on the making of albums. And they seem like nice people. I like them well enough, as far as I know. Haven't thrown anything at me that's like, oh, okay, I don't like that part. And that's a really good example of a kind of music which my work in software is designed towards supporting, like specifically them being able to do specifically that. Or a single person in their bedroom being able to construct something that was specifically that. And I don't know if they really quite cover it in the studio, although I'm happy with what I've heard in their studio stuff. But I'm not sure that they ever really quite get their sound, even if they, from what I saw, they seem to be working on analog mixing boards and stuff. Like, they're doing their thing and adapting to new stuff as it comes through. But I don't know if they really get that sound in that way. I feel like they could throw like my discontinuity plugin and a bunch of those things, and it would start to become more like what they hear and what they want. If I get it really right, that is. So that's going to become part of my work for today. And here we are doing exactly that. So let's build this and make sure that it works. And if so, we'll have a starting point for making future reverbs that incorporate this loudness thing. Even if we are not actually doing a K Cathedral 2 Lite, because we already have a K Cathedral 2, and the Lite version didn't turn out to fix the problem. So I'm still open to learning what happened with that. And yeah, I think it probably was hypersonics. That being, if I was telling you to put it in every other slot going down, it would be how you'd set up something like that if all of your plugins independently distorted or were nonlinear, and how you would do the filtering in order to make that work. So that would be correct. So let's see. What else are we doing? We can fire this up again and hear what it sounds like as we do that. Let's exaggerate it. Got a little ramp going on there. And now the plugin I have just built. Oh, I should fix... Did I just fix the... Let's see whether I fixed it. I did. So, full wetness, this is what it should sound if I have a reverb that is set up to saturate at high sound pressure levels as we continue to ramp up the sound pressure levels, and it will become overwhelming. So let's hear what we get. I'm going to call that plausible. That kind of goes up to Mastodon levels, which is not always what you want, so let's dial it back, see what the initial level was. Because this is now up, and I was able to crash it. Okay. Like I said, I never did master the thing with what was causing K Cathedral to crash. Let's go back in again. So here's the thing. This is the condition under which I was wondering, can I get this into a reproducible crash and then debug K Cathedral in such a way that I can make that work? And I don't know whether that is true. So let's see. Here's our guitar. That's more or less what I want. We can move on from there. So that means I have something to base upcoming acoustic simulation plugins on. Whether it sounds like the Bricasti is no longer relevant. Oh, Crappy Blonde. You should look into my plugins based on the thing that I did for Chad Clark of Beauty Pill. It won't be the Q Sound Technologies, but Chad had me try to do a plugin, and it took me 2 tries to get close, to mimic what the Hughes SRS processing did. And that stereo processing, and that, yep, before 26 got there, before I said it, seriously 2 is what you would want, and it will have to, there will have to be stereo content on there already. Not going to work if you just have a mono track. Now, if I'm remembering correctly, Q-Sound is stuff like what they used on the Final Cut, Pink Floyd Final Cut. And it's very similar to like dummy head technologies, which is not unlike what the Hughes thing is, but if you are doing things on vocals, you'd either have to record them with the dummy head or do something with them. And what you can do is have a bus of some kind that already has stereo content, and then throw seriously 2 on that. Because again, I'm going to underscore, if you simply have a mono track and you throw seriously one on it, it's not going to do anything. It has to have stereo content to work with. But then that's the closest I've got to what that would do. So let's see. I have an SD card that you should see what's in it. Assuming I plugged it in correctly. There we go. There's a couple of things. Oop, but that's not the one that I want, actually. It's these two. And we're going to command drag them to the desktop so they get copied. Verbs text contains things like a good hall sound for guitars that I have definitely intend to put out. But what I'm copying over is a couple of things. One that I'm working from and one that I'm showing you. This is the one that I'm working from. Remember this? Here's where I get the code for console 6 and then what's going to be console 9. And the experiment of, can I do this thing? I figured out how to do this in such a way where maybe I can do a include the input as the power function, and we shall see, I guess. And then apparently I have some extra stuff here, but that's just me sorting out whether I could apply this to console 7 channel or bus. And also I tried it on Spiral. And apparently you can get fairly close to what Spiral is by going x plus this rather small number times x to the 5th power. So that's interesting. Spiral is actually more like this. It's the sine function where the input is scaled going in. And that apparently does it. So that's the next thing for today. Beyond this bit, which I think now goes and lives here, because this is now my test bed for reverb things going forward. And here's another thing. I found this on the webs, and I was looking at it and figuring out what I thought about that. This is off of somebody's data charting thing, and they're talking about the lifestyle of each music genre in the US. And I was wondering, what's making these things be more or less salient, relevant, based on what those sounds are. Sweeter than anything, if you used a chorus on a mono vocal, it would indeed emphasize the chorusing. It would indeed highlight anything stereo that was happening in a fairly dramatic manner. So you can absolutely try that, see if it does anything useful. I've also got plugins like that one that I did for Terry Manning, whatever its name was, where it's based on using glitch shifter and stuff like that to do a stereo split where you take a centered vocal and it produced a slightly sharp and a slightly flat vocal, hard left and hard right. I made that for Terry. Can't tell you what its name was yet. But yeah. So here is the life cycle of each music genre in the US, or so they claim. In fact, I could probably even there we go. So there's no special reason for me to do that. I just thought I'd see if I could. There is no, it says in the US, right up top there. I don't need that to be a full screen. This is fine, the way it is. So what that has me thinking is what counts as why this happens. And to explore that, what I'm thinking about is, what do these sounds sound like? We know what rock sounds like. We know what rap and hip-hop sound like. I have a theory going that rap and hip-hop started to take on importance as the words that you say become more important than the sound of the backing tracks. Oh, no, it was there. I took it out because it wasn't consistent with having its own sound. Rather, it bounced around. Yeah, where is country? There is a larger collection. I stripped it down to particular things where I could identify that they each had a sound. Country should be there, in fact. I believe the database is actually the content, the website. So you can go to the website and look up your own thing. The country bounces up too, but country also stopped sounding like country at a certain point. So what I'm seeing there soul, I think of as like James Brown or whatever. Soul is distinguished from things like R&B, pop, rock, or whatever. You think of something like James Brown, that's a distinct sound. A lot of the stuff that counts as soul is stuff where the musicianship is extraordinary. And it's really it's high volume stuff. It's not gently played. And it is using the sounds of 1964 to the mid-70s, which is literally where we see on this range. The high points here are, early 60s to around 1980 or so, when it starts to fall apart. And this is exactly the same time period between where you could have peak energy in music as presented to people in a publicly accepted listening format like the record or radio. This is the time period where you could have high peak energy relative to RMS, and it sounded correct. If you have soul music in this time period, it will be like punchy and have a lot of transient impact that you can't have anymore, because transients get peak limited and loudness ward out, and everything about common practice makes it go away. It's not accepted any longer. Like, quick little example as I scooch this out of the way. This is a compressed drum track. Oh, give me a second while I... So that's kind of a rock type sound. It is still somewhat compressed though. Whereas if I go to something that is earlier, that I called, say, derpage drums, and this is actually kind of distorty, but I believe this was not recorded with compression. that's more of a soul sound. That's like a soul track. Not because I'm playing it that well. It's not as good as a real soul track. But what it's doing it's tightly damped, and the drum attacks are hitting quite sharply. That's the kind of drum sound you'd get out of this time period. Things weren't as compressed, especially soul. It'd be played a lot better, but listen to how tight the drum sounds are when I have them this damped and when I'm not distorting or compressing. Whereas if you were to compress, you'd start getting into, let's see, my first port of call for compressors to do this. It's not actually going to be pop. It's going to be, let's do our most recent version of pressure. And we'll fire it up. And you get into your rock type sound. And this is more of a rock sound compared to the soul sound, which is that much less compressed. It sounds very boxy. It's being played real hard. And bear in mind also, Led Zeppelin also sounded a bit like this. There was some compression involved, certainly. But this is, the soul sound would be heavy hitting, like aggressive playing. But these drums, as you're hearing them, are not actually very compressed at all. So it's the peaks are all just clipping like crazy. And they wouldn't be. But we're not compressing the drums. Whereas when you get into the 80s style rock sounds, you start getting a really dense, saturated sound. Let me try to dial in a hair metal. Add a little fake reverb and you got hair metal here. And it's a lot more aggressive compared to the very empty, dry sound of this. And back in the time period when that really dry sound was happening, the genre of soul and also rock made its own use of that phenomenon, was popular. It sounded good, and the percentage of Billboard Hot 100 spots reflected what sounded good and what kind of music. Then we started getting into like late 70s to early 90s, heavy studio production, lots of compression, maybe still a bunch of energy, peak energy, but we're starting to get into like really squashed process sounds, and those no longer sound as good for soul. It sort of slips away there. But hey, rock sounds amazing that way, no matter how much you hype it out, whether it's like reggae rock like the Police, or hair metal, or whatever. You start doing that stuff and it's like, hey, this sounds amazing like this. And again, the genre is thriving, prospering based on what sounds good with it. And then as we start getting to the 90s and 2000s, well, rock starts dwindling there, but what's coming up? R&B. And it reminds me of, like, what is it, Craig Watkin Eiderman, or there's a particular studio that produced Rick Astley, but then produced a lot of other stuff. Saw Studio, was it? Or a production facility. Something Aiken Waterman, I think, is what SAW stands for. And this is where you start getting like R&B defined by the use of drum machines and just a hammering, aggressive, unnatural form of superhuman rhythm and timing. And that turned into R&B as it is distinguished from stuff like rock and pop and certainly soul. R&B starts jumping out at the point where, you've got like Bobby Brown with My Prerogative and whatever. You've got these dancing bands, you've got videos, and you've got synthetic drums and keyboards and things that are like quote unquote grooving harder than any human possibly could. There's no more flexibility in that anymore. As a result, rock that needs a sort of human quality to it flounders, because when you take rock and you just make it overly synthetic and too perfect, it loses some of its personality. A personality that was present from like the late 60s all the way up to the 90s or so. Was a big deal. And yep, house music, I would count house music under R&B to some extent. It is also, I could also count house music under rap hip hop. And then as we go beyond there, we start getting into this very synthetic zone. And when everything is completely fake and imaginary, pop starts coming to the forefront because we start getting into this realm of imagination. Like, what sounds right when there's no longer any humanity to the experience? It's all synthetic, it's all fake. There is no human groove anymore. But at the same time, the sonic imagination can go to the nth degree. We start getting into this zone. We've no longer got any reality to support sounds like rock and R&B and soul. But rap and hip hop and pop are, pop is, I think, springing up because some of these classic sounds like rock and R&B and soul really don't work very well with modern sonics. The DAW world, post 2004 and beyond, like let's say, mid 2000s, 2007 or 2008, we really start getting into there. And then they start super dropping off around about here. And this is the point where this is niche. These things that require being captured in such a way that it's really plausible and it feels like an experience are just not supported by the recording industry and the Billboard Hot 100 thoughts. Yeah, Stock Aitken Waterman. Absolutely. Whereas rap, hip-hop, and pop are very well supported by the sounds you can get from, like 2010 to 2020. These are not sounds that support, like your Mastodon or Steppenwolf, or indeed classic James Brown can't be reproduced by those noises. This is well into loudness war territory, by the way. These are also the kinds of sounds that sound good in loudness war, where there are no peaks anymore, nothing to distinguish, it's just solid blocks of sound and whatever is conveyed with them. Loudness war did this to a large extent. You can't have loudness more and still have soul. Soul is carried on peak energy. only when peak energy predominates in the popular sound do you get a genre like this able to thrive and be successful. When the popular sound has no peak energy left, the stuff that depends on there being peak energy to define noises and musical thoughts are just out of the running. You can't even do R&B anymore with that. Like back in this day, there was still a certain amount of peak energy, although it's on a downslide. I think the distinction between, like soul dropping and R&B rising is largely the difference between human musicians and a lot of sequencing and programming. Because R&B in the 90s on into the 2000s, that's very much like Stock Aitken Waterman, stuff like that. And these things just reflect what you can do with the sound of the day. That's why I want to be able to define a distinct, different sound that's not simply a retro, like, let's go and try to play music like James Brown or something. There's got to be an oscillation in there. But yeah, Mutt Lange hyperreal production style translates to pop. Mutt Lange's style initially produced this. Like, this is around the time period. For instance, look at around here. The percentage of Hot 100 spots are influenced by what's been the most successful. This is around the time period where it's like, okay, Def Leppard's Hysteria, every song became like a top 10 hit. The entire album went like septuple platinum and beyond. And, the Thomas Dolby, that's pop. What made rock be in this zone was essentially what Mutt Lange was able to do with it. And yet a bunch of that stuff, it still has a bunch of peak energy, but he's starting to saturate. He's starting to become completely filled with sound. And then you go beyond that to the point where it's on the decline because other things are coming up. Pop is sweeping up because pop is even better suited to that sound. Like you say, Mutt Lange's hyperreal production style is not very well suited to soul. He's compressing too much. He's filling up the sound too much. There's not enough space for that muscle. There's not enough space for the guts of the sound to like kick you in the chest with transient impact. Instead, it's all about, Boston is fairly similar. Boston's a really interesting blend of filling up the sound space with compressy sound, but also leaving a bunch of really intense spikes on the beginning of everything. And of course, Boston, that's mid-70s. That's also what led to this. I didn't know that. Sweeter Than Anything. Thomas Dolby, apparently one of Mutt Lange's Fairlight programmers for Pyromania rather than Hysteria. I'm not sure how much they were using the Fairlight on Pyromania, but I can believe it. They had that stuff early on. This is a picture of how much you could get transient energy into a end result. And what was once soul is now turned into pop because this genre is the only one that sounds good within loudness war. That and rap. You can go all the way back to like big pop rap explosion of Eminem. And you go and look at something like Eminem's A Real Slim Shady, and I've studied that track sonically, and it's basically a beat with a ginormous, heavy, loudinated, saturated, weighty crunch. It's like, and it's just huge, And then you've got voices in there as well, and it's about what they're saying. It's about what the guy is saying, rather than can he make a sound picture that does more than just shake your woofers, hugely. And oh goodness, yes, Def Leppard is enormously influential. They say that they gave up because everybody else was starting to become better at being Def Leppard than they were at being themselves. Which is, like, fair, you know. If the entire music scene decides they want to become a particular thing because it's successful, then, you know, that's going to start to be a very influential thing. So let's see, we've got a couple of things to do here. Here is one of them. But I need to sort these by name. I'm going to want to edit both of these. What do I think about progressive rock genre superiority? It's a funny suggestion. Oh, Sweeter Than Anything, I own that book, and I love it. Give me a second, I'll show you. Guys, me and also Sweeter Than Anything say you should go and get this book. This is a really awesome book. It's by a guy named John Seabrook, and it is this entire study of sort of what happened with pop music. Firstly, as it kind of began to be established, and then the whole Max Martin influence on it, the Swedish influence on pop music, and what it's like as it continues on through, you know, there's a bunch on Katy Perry, there's a lot on sort of the hit makers behind the stars that are the ones doing the singing and stuff. They talk about Keisha and just all of these folks who are now the superstars and so on, and the background, what it is like with them as they worked through this industry in that form. And it does not shy away from some of the controversy, like abusive behavior by Dr. Luke and so on. It is an amazing, amazing book. And there's stuff in there that I can kind of vibe with, like towards the end there. I'm trying to find the bit. They also mentioned about how Spotify went and took over everything, and the revenues for artists just go away even more. We've got a little anecdote here about Taylor Swift getting the idea for the song "We Are Never Ever Getting Back Together" from somebody's remark. She actually said it, and then somebody was like, "Dude, that sounds like a song title," and she's like, "Ha ha ha, you're right," and then went and wrote a song. And there was a bit about a musician being very frustrated. Well, here's a quote. A songwriter named Seven Coachetta says, "If streaming is the future, no young songwriter will be able to make a living." It's a fair warning. Streaming is not the answer. It's just what's taken over. Stuff about like a musician meeting somebody who was like a top liner or something for the music industry and being shocked because they ran into the person who said, Ooh, yeah. Who was like, so how do you write a melody? Because I know how to piece together beats from like rhythm loops and stuff, but what do you do to write an actual melody? And the guy's like, how are you working in this business, being paid for writing songs, when you're so specialized to the beat making thing that you don't understand some of this other stuff? Where the music industry has gone with regard to extreme specialization has gone to quite an intense extreme, really. And keep reading the book. It's amazing. Where the people specializing in various things like beat making, top line is like the melody hook, and you end up with not so much a song as much as a groove upon which hooks are sprinkled. Which, oddly enough, is exactly what happened with the Talking Heads when they went to Compass Point Studios, another MCI production, which is why I recorded it, on, say, I think Remain in Light was the album. The album Remain in Light is the album in which Talking Heads first got really into going into the studio and doing a really intense groove of some kind for an extended period of time, and then just would throw like a synthesizer solo here and voices there, and going from there. So that's the first time they were doing stuff that wasn't really songs so much as the modern like track and hook style of songwriting, way back in, barely the 80s. And there are very interesting results that come out of that. For instance, I think one of the most striking hooks out of a Talking Heads song is the rap on Born Under Punches. Born Under Punches, of course, is and it's this complicated groove. And over it, you've got David Byrne, and he's not directing it through this. Instead, he's thinking of like, what kinds of noises can I make over this weird discombobulated groove? So he starts doing things like, take a look at these hands, take a look at these hands, and he's going from there. It was exactly an explorative jam session, but then they locked down on stuff and then went, yeah, do this for 10 minutes. We'll edit something together out of it. And that's the track where, as it continues to go, after David Byrne has done the hand speaks, the hand of a government man. I'm a tumbler, born under punches, I'm so thin. And they've got another hook, is all I want is to breathe. And then just hooks over a track. And then he throws a bridge in, and it's rap. So, facts are simple and facts are straight. Facts are lazy and facts are late. Facts all come with points of view. Facts don't do what I want them to. Facts just twisted the river around. Facts are living turned inside out. Facts are getting the best of them. Facts are nothing on the face of things. It's a rap in the middle of, it's well before that was really a big deal. And yet there it was. And that's because it came out of a track and hook style recording session where you've got that groove that's just continuing. It's not going to go into a chorus. It's not going to go into a bridge. It's just a continuous stretch of groove with some kind of throwing creative things in there. And it's very percussive and it's very R&B. It's got all of those sequenced things. A lot of it is also the human musicians, but the Talking Heads were really tight as far as doing tightly locked grooves. And it's easier to do tightly locked grooves if you're sitting on one riff. And that's what they did. That's what I was doing all in 2023, was trying to do tracks out of nailing down a groove and just going like, okay, let me do a couple of minutes of this, and I'll edit that in to a song of some kind, and then let me do part B, but I want to do part B for another couple of minutes as well, so that I can just lock in a groove on that, and just kind of going from there. Like, what would really be good is if I was basing that stuff off of a human performance, because everything that I was doing in 2023 was based off of a machine, and I never did anything based off of an initial like rhythm guitar part or something. And if I wanted to do your Mastodon style heaviness or whatever, I would need to base it off of a human performance of some kind. That's also where I got some of the stuff I was playing that sounded like AC/DC or sounded like bad Iron Maiden or whatever, was during those sessions, the daily noise sessions. I did a bunch of that. I did a bunch of like, let me try doing what they said that they did in Fastway, which was the rhythm guitarist laid down his track first and then went from there. And everybody else tracked over him because he had the steadiest time. Well, I don't have the steadiest time, but when I try to do that, I do get a different sound. And it would probably work better if I tried doing that, but I sat on one riff. Rather than trying to do that and switching back and forth between different riffs, I could probably hold the steady time if I sat on one riff and laid down that track and then overdubbed stuff over it. It's a thought. Anyways, we've got a little bit of Herbie to do. Herbie is the name of the program that gave me some of this stuff. It's the name of that program where you can plug in an algorithm and it'll give you alternatives for it. And so here we have algorithms, but these are the ones that are not actually good compared to what they should be changed to. So if I'm not mistaken, there's where my alternatives are. So if I take this, there's my console 6 approximations. You can see that this is still the same thing that I had, but this is the one that it gets changed to. And this would be the one that is more accurate. So if the plus becomes this, oh no wait, this is the one that's the more accurate one. This is the one that is close but not really there. So it becomes, instead of 1.0 minus pow, etc., it becomes this. So in order to punch that in to the relevant place, we take the one that's positive, there it is, and boop. Are we on bus? Yes, we are on bus. And then this one's the negative one. So rather than being -1 plus that, it becomes literally this, apparently. Let's see if that works. And instead of using power functions, oh, hang on, I think I just did something wrong. Yeah, this bit's the part that I need to replace. I'm not going to say that's impossible. However, I am going to say I'm probably not going to literally call it that. We'll leave off the approximations, although those would constitute yet another sound. But I don't think they're close enough. I want to do the literal duplicates. So there's our documentation. This should be one of the 100% ones, one where the sound is literally not going to change other than maybe cleaning up artifacts that aren't supposed to be there. So let's maybe save and build this. It's not going to build the first time, but it'll build the next time. There we go. And now we want to do likewise for the channel plugin. Wait, how did let me open that back up again. I want to copy the boilerplate that I used. So that they perfectly match. Sometimes I like things to perfectly match. Same deal. Here we have an issue there. But see, now that's interesting. This is purportedly exactly the same, but man, is that a simple algorithm. And we'll see whether it's true. GIP2, I'm assuming what you mean to say is coder simpler than it looks? Tell me if that's correct. I think you may mean the question, is coding simpler than it looks? Let's see. Copy that. If it is positive, it should become this. If it is negative, it should become this. Kind of hilarious to think that that was actually the accurate answer to that question. Who knew? Herbie, apparently. The program Herbie knew that we could do this with it. It becomes a slightly different algorithm each time. That's the thing. And so we build console 6 channel. It's going to take a little while. Yeah, I mean, I can code this stuff all day, but when you ask me to put a GUI on it, I start getting lost real quick. I do not understand some of the mechanisms behind how the GUI developers, especially cross-platform, do their thing. There's a Juice that is a well-known platform for doing that kind of stuff on, and I'm deeply lost trying to deal with Juice. A lot of people consider that to be very straightforward and normal, and I find it anything but. So now we go and make a console 9 channel and bus. We can first quit out of there. Let's make some new projects that don't have to be stereo. We can also use this to play with a Igor, you're touching on a very interesting question that I can't focus on at the moment. I feel certain I have the channel things written down here somewhere. Where can I find? Is it in notes and stuff? Is that even a thing? Kinda. I do not see the information I'm looking for here. Got a bunch of interesting things. I did put out strip 2. There's a bunch of this stuff that has been done, but this doesn't seem to contain what I'm looking for. See, here's the thing. I need to find the numbers and identities I can use for making a console 9. I need to find the information for that. What am I going to do? I can try to look in for a... There's no Airwindows folder. How about this? That. Ha. Random thing. Okay, so this is going to be tricky. I can think of one alternate way of getting to here, though. See this? Multi-file search. How many variations do I have on this? We'll just stick to AU. How many of these have I got? Literally one. That can't be right. How about here? And I can maybe tighten it up. Doesn't matter, there's only one thing. Now let's try to find it again. Oh, hang on, stop. That's no good. Alrighty. Now we are looking at all of the different console versions. But apparently not console 8, huh? MN HI HIJKL MN OP QR ST I think maybe I'm going to have to use a number because this is unmanageable. I'm concerned that I'll just duplicate something. Oh well. Don't like that. Hopefully you get to do this. If you don't, I'm in trouble. I hope I get to use numbers for this stuff. And no saved anything. We're going to use the same labeling. Nothing up here, nothing up my sleeve. That's the same as before. Yeah. Looks doable. Boom. I honestly don't know what you guys are talking about. But that's okay, I don't have to. It's fine. Same deal, CN9B this time. Hope it works. So do I even have any controls in the bus version? I may not. No, I have. There's a control in there, although it doesn't do anything useful. Well, I guess no harm done. Man, by the time dinner time runs around, I'm going to be ravenous for my tacos, I tell you. Oh, okay, I see. Crappy blonde, I seriously doubt it. I seriously doubt that you've just suggested. Gain. And there we are. And now we've got the beginnings of a console 9, where I've got to bring this alternate code in there. And then I also need to copy over a 6. So let's also open up 9bus. And then just open up a recent file in Text Wrangler. And it will be this one. So here's our channel. Bear with me while I very slowly do some of these things. I'll get there. Give me about 45 minutes, I'll make my final cup of coffee too, but I think I'm heading into a doldrum period where I can't think properly. Go figure. However, so this is the channel section. That would be the channel section. So one of the things I got to do is take input sample and use it instead of X, and that's about everything I need to do. So a positive version becomes this. Let's give me a little more space. Negative version becomes this. And we're done. There's our channel version. And this should build. And once I've got some of these things built, I'm going to start throwing test tones into these and seeing what they do. I'm going to first look at the output in case it's gone completely crazy, and then I'll go from there. So, oh, and do I have a simple bug? Do I have a silly bug here? No, I think it's probably okay. Yeah. I need to do the second build, and then we're fine. I could put in a fader smoothing factor. That might be worth doing. Starting from a basic simple thing like console 6 and expanding it outwards. I'm really interested to see what happens when we start throwing unusually high levels on it. Alrighty. Over to the bus version. My comments are weird here too. They're weird and kind of derped up. Go figure. Sometimes that's just how that's going to be. Your previous one said accurately. This one says accuracy. Neither of them are anything I'm going to keep. It's just random dumbness. It's random, like I can't say the same thing twice. Oh, look, I have a double semicolon. Where'd that come from? Is that in console 6 bus? Do I have to go and fix that? I think I have to go and fix that. It's not actually hurting, it's just an empty statement, but that looks dumb. And you know me, I'll cheerfully talk about how dumb I can be, but I don't want to necessarily keep things being that way. Yeah, that is my stomach grumbling. One thing about working this hard, it's like a weight loss plan. At the point where my brain starts to short out and I can't actually think of things anymore, I'm also burning a lot of energy. It's probably what's happening is that you're seeing me run out of energy. So, whatever that is. Let's see, do we still have console 9 channel open? No, it's the 6 bus I'm going to look at. Hi. Sure enough. That's silly. Let's not have that be there. We don't really need that remark either. And we have not changed anything functionally. It does not have mistakes, but we can take the meaningless restatement out. We only took out comments, so we haven't changed anything. Yeah, see, there's your problem. A lot of the times, if your plugin breaks, it's just going to make stuff go wrong. I try to get rest and just pushing really hard with all this stuff. And it's for a reason. Like, I have goals in mind here that I'm trying to make happen. And if I'm not reaching my goals, I'm not happy. But I also can't really articulate what it is I'm trying to make happen other than by trying to do it. So if I'm able to make this stuff happen, you'll start to hear it. I'll start to put out songs and things to the extent that I do that, right? And it'll be sounds that are interesting and unique and hopefully, if I'm doing it properly, startlingly different from what you're able to get any other way. That's the goal. It needs to be quite a bit different from what you can normally get. Because back in the day, you could do that kind of thing, but sound has drifted. Have I failed to? I failed to do a thing. That should do it. And indeed, I think I have. So we can quit out of there, but we do want an additional level of this. because there's an experiment I was going to play. Also, no, this is not the right one. This is the wrong one. This is the right one. I'm going to have to edit this because it has a bunch of unused things. We're not quite done. But we need to try this. We need to try this crazy experiment. It's essentially the bus calculation. It's a little bit reformulated. And this is the one where if I fiddled with it, I started getting different things returning this parameter. So we got to try it. We got to see what this does. It'll be varied in different ways. Let's copy this bit too. We've got to make sure that we have the right amounts of everything. And when I say right amounts of everything, what I mean is that's only one channel. That's going to be only one side. It needs to cover both sides. And by sides, I mean positive and negative. Because that's the negative formulation, isn't it? Yes, it is. So we need to rehack it so that it covers both bases. This is commutative. Now it's shaped about the same as what I've got here. If it's lower than 1, it's going to be a, well, there's many things to fool with. Because if we're clamping it like this, and we make it go between 1 and 2, there's many questions. New and troubling questions. Here's the first question. Do we have a function in console 6? Do we have a function in console 9? The rest of this stuff is done. I can't move two windows this way. Well, there's a console 6, but is it the right one? We're going to find out. And then here's our if 6 turned out to be 9 mode. With lots of extra controls in it. You'll see what I mean. And there's some sound. I'm trying to remember now what, oh yeah, I remember what I was going to be doing. I have further things to do beyond even this. But we're getting on towards like taking a pit stop break and making another cup of coffee, and then we'll dive into new things. For starters, excuse me, a little fatigued here. Well, we saturated. Now does this give me my sign back again? I'll make an effect stack for it next. Looks to me like we got it back. I was forced to renumber the console 9 channel and bus. I was forced to renumber it because I can't track down whether there's overlap for everything that goes console and then steps upwards in letters. Okay, next thing. Let's see whether we can do... Oh, hi, we've got one called console test. Does it have everything we need? Signs point to yes. It is a nonlinearity. That goes away again when the encode is there. And console 6 is always a little aggressive. It's always a little intense. Well, as long as we're doing all of these, we've got console 0, we've got everything. We've got a shifting of bits gained that we can use. We got all kinds of stuff here, so let's keep adding them. And even though we're not quite done with it, we should be functional with console 9. There's our pad. Then and we're going to see whether it actually can cancel out again or not. And we're going to also play with our shiftings of bits just in case we need to fix that situation, just in case it blows up and breaks. Here's our gain levels. Let's push it by 6 dB. Okay. Let's push it by 9 dB. Let's see whether we can get it to break. We've got a discontinuity. So what happens when we do this? All we're hearing there is a hard clip. I'm pretty much okay with that. I mean, that's literally what it is. That's what it's meant to be. I wonder whether I can find a different behavior in there. Also, I have just derped it because you know what I've done? I've failed to save the effect stack. That's what I've done. I have to go back in and recreate what I did. Maybe I can recreate it in the appropriate spot. Well, we have it sitting there ready to be used. But it's being added at the bottom. Damn it. Well, no harm done. It's not going to do me any damage. It's fine. I just have to scroll around and do this the hard way. And now that I've done this, now we can save this stack. And I'll get it back again next time I try to use it. So what happened here, we're not going to save the changes. Is this. He says, as nothing happens. Give me 9 channel and 9 bus back, please. Thank you. Very good. Let's do a much steeper clip. I want to see what happens to this when we go bonkers with it. This should be way beyond what's reasonable. I want to see what it does with the nonlinearity. Because one thing that's going on with this is that we are doing this little calculation that does the same shape as the inverse square thing that Torgersel found, except for it's redesigned using Herbie, and it is doing a different scale factor, a different inverse square factor, which is causing it to not clip in the same place. So I want to see what it does. Also, before has a quick question, how different is using the consoles at 44? Some of them are designed for 96. Some of them require, but only console 0 really requires 96 to operate properly. Let's build this. And build this. And then get back into those sounds. We're going to do a little bit more testing, and then for the afternoon what we can do is the discontinuity / disintegrate / distance x. It's not literally distance x, but it's something like that. A piece of wood fell over in my wood stove. Let me go and fix that. If I can't maintain talking loud enough to be heard on the mic, I'm going to have to shift my mic volumes. But one thing at a time. Who am I kidding? I never do one thing at a time. What am I even talking about? probably fine. Okay, I'm back. Alrighty. So, effect stacks. Same thing that we were doing before with console test. And we have console 9 added. That means that's doing what it should. Let's pull it way back so that it's not annoying to listen to. And now let's get that discontinuity going again. Oh, hello. Hi. That did a strange thing. I don't think it gets to do that. I think we have to do something else. Now what? Yeah, that didn't work. Interesting. Okay, so let's see what happens if we take console 9 bus, pad it way the heck down, play it again. Now we can't even hear it. We're only seeing console 9 channel. And then use this bit shift, the shifting of bits gain. Does it still blow up? Not yet. Oh, no, wait. Yes, it did. We couldn't hear it, but it still blew up. My experiment is producing a result. It's just a question of what result it is. And I have a weird, wouldn't it be funny if my maximum level was in fact 1 point golden ratio? Wouldn't that be hilarious? That would be deeply funny. We're doing this whole logarithmic thing and producing weird results. Here is our audio. And here is us making it be audible again. Barely. You can't hear it, but I can. I don't want to be blowing anything up. And then where is our bit shifting of my mantissa changer? Or my mantissa not changer? There's a distortion factor. And there's where it blows up. And if I apply this, you can't even see anything. So let's not save that. Okay. What if this? This may not be a thing. I'm curious as to whether our fooling around with this stuff means this becomes a reality. Because our xbem1 log 1p or whatever is capable of blowing up given the wrong input. So I'm doing a series of tests here. And maybe this is the one that needs to be 1. But maybe not. I guess we'll find out. I mean, if it's max to this, then this takes it back down to 1 again. Just barely. This is me talking about math without honestly really knowing what the heck I'm doing. And those are the risks that you run when you're dealing with me trying to do these things. And let's see what we got. Did we return it to a state of acting normally? My guess is that the bus one is the one that's blowing up, but I could be completely wrong about that. We can actually find out by running them separately is what we can do. Let's go forth and do exactly that right now. Here's our sign. Here's our effect stack. Here's our shiftings of bits. I need to stop referring to it by its actual name. We know that it's going to clip here. We can pat it down there. And nope, that broke. And that broke. Both of these are non-functional when you clip. Well, that was quick. I guess we're just going to go back to the 1. When we did 1, it didn't die. I'm having a glance at chat and seeing that we're talking about InMusic, which I don't know what that is, or what Qobuz is, or anything. No matter. I know what I'm trying to do. That's the important part. I may even be able to do it. We'll see. Build that. And then where's my bus? Here you are. And we'll build this. And we'll see whether these are now immune to clipping and breaking. Because that's the thing we don't get to do. We do not get to run overly high levels into that and have it go. These have to clip like regular clipping. I may even have to take it down to -999. Or thereabouts. Ah, goodness. Let's see. So we build you. And we build you. Wait for it to figure out what it's doing. It's stuck. Don't be stuck. There you go. It's probably not going to be stuck twice. There we go. Indeed. Don't worry about me. If I'm not keeping up with the chat, I'm not keeping up with the chat. I am sometimes a fairly limited perspective individual where all I can focus on is what I'm supposed to be thinking about right now. Here we are. Big boost into here. Big cut coming out. Massive distortion. Massive distortion. Both of them being massive distortion. And in theory, so console 9 actually has a hard clip condition. That's interesting. Although I'll tell you, it looks cleaner than console 8 down here, which I think is a good thing. Like, let's pad that down and put this back. And turn this up just a bit without being too extent. extreme with it. There is our little waveform, and you can see how much high frequency hash and stuff it has way down here. But what about our reformulated console 6? Slightly different shape down there, but fairly similar. If we compare it with something like console 5, well, that one wasn't even complementary. That one doesn't even match. How about 7? Yep, you got variation there as well. Looks like we have a clean little console in console 9. Now what I'm very curious about is whether I can actually get a... Maybe I should just grab my SD card, and I would like to compare my previous version of console 6 with the current one. RetroMac AUs. Original components for bus and channel. Put it on the SD card. There they are. And you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to run it and I'm going to make a screenshot. So that I can literally visually compare them. So let's put these back. If I can see this on the metering, that's going to be amusing and kind of awesome. At any rate, this, and let's see if I can't... we'll turn that down. It's an annoying sound. So there is my meter. With no other changes, let's save it as this to make sure I get it back. And that is our reformulated console 6, and we're going to find out whether the changes that we made with Herbie's help really do anything, or whether it's just kind of being appropriate around calculations. And there's our reformulated version, and here is where we're going to replace it with an older build. And then fire up our high sine and all of this stuff again. And open this so we can have it tucked away somewhere we can see it. Somewhere I can see it, anywho. Can I even move that to where it shows on the screen? This is a little frustrating. Oh, yes, I can. I'll do this. There. Now you can see it too. At least until it gets covered up by other stuff. So let's scooch this over to here. There's the reformulated version. Here's high sine. Here's the effect stack saved as previous. I think. I'm going to say that looks pretty similar, honestly. Okay, so I'm satisfied enough with what it's doing, but I don't feel that this is a groundbreaking change. I'm just happy that I did it. Looks very similar to me. Whatever's going on is an artifact of how loud that sine is. It's very consistent. There's our noise floor of the floating point waveform. That is the noise floor of 32-bit. This is an audio unit, and so it is a 32-bit bus, and that is the noise floor of 32-bit. So our sine makes the noise floor a little bit higher and a little bit bumpier. Just for laughs, let's see whether we can soften things at all. Excuse me. Maybe that's cutting down something, but it's a little hard to tell. That's input information coming in. This is the sound of console 6. So if we average it, we can take those little spikes out. So console 6 is not producing it. There's our harmonics. Oops. There's our harmonics. There's taking the harmonics back out again. And it's pretty flat. And that's our raw, that's the generation of our waveform, this is its additional garbage. Hey, good enough. So we've determined that this alteration, it's fine. It's not really showing much in the way of difference. Yeah, crappy blonde, if you're using logic, you should change the bus sum processing to 64-bit. Simple as that. There's no reason not to. And beyond that, well, I mean, I'm using Reaper because it gives me 64-bit plugin bus. But that's also why all of these plugins contain 32-bit floating point dither, so don't panic. You're fine. Many people consider this to be totally redundant anyway. If you have any concerns that you could be doing better off of a 64-bit processing bus, this should completely fix that issue. So don't worry about it. All of my plugins take that into account. You shouldn't be penalized in any way. It's not going to hurt you. That's by design. Otherwise, I wouldn't do it. Alrighty, so where are we at? Well, here's a couple of things. One, I know that I'm going to want to recalibrate this. I'm really skeptical as to whether I even want to have the input pad in here. Ooh, also I noticed something. Guys, it is 11:59. I think this is a good time for me to do a little pit stop, and I'll be right back, and I will play you more Taming This Oxen again. Like this. Enough with the music. And let's see now. So where were we at? I am relieved from having made my pit stop, and I've got another cup of coffee. Last one for the day. I don't think I'm going to be having even more. And I guess one of the things I was thinking about is, do I need a pad on the bus plugin? Because that's not necessarily correct. In fact, it's not. It's most definitely not correct. I mean, I could put it after, but then it's no different than the fader. I'm going to consider that in console 6 as an error. It should not have had that because there is no way to set such a input pad that won't make it cease working properly. So we don't actually want that. So we actually got none of that. Number of parameters 0 for the bus plugin. Wouldn't it be cute to have like a discontinuity that's just like, yep, 120 dB limit, put it in, there's no controls, it's just there, and it's like, okay, you put that on the end of your mix bus, and then everything is now got the, no, I have not had time to study any of the things. I got more records though, check this out. I don't know whether I showed this to any of you. Probably not. I was just at a coffee shop that had records. So there's a James Gang. I thought this had Funk 49 on it, which it does not. It has Funk 48, so I misread it. I'll see what that is. This is the Three Dog Night record. that has Mama Told Me Not to Come, a clean version of Smash Hits, which has apparently got the poster in it. And the poster is basically just this image, only a slightly different take. They're on the horses. It's the Warner 7. Here, I'll show you. I usually like these to be this way around anyways, for the purpose of actually listening to. There we go. It's the Warner's Steamboat logo, but this looks weirdly clean. It doesn't look all scratched up. It might play cleanly, so that's going to be interesting. There's your focus. Around here somewhere. So, Jimi Hendrix. This is one of those ones I can't actually play on streams. They'll just nuke you for it. But it's a weirdly clean looking vinyl. I have a copy of this record and it's all scratched up. And I have a copy of this record that's all scratched up, but this is another one of those ones where it's like weirdly clean looking. I'll find out whether that's true. But it is a Sticky Fingers. You can see it's a little kind of lumpy, but that's just how the pressing is. But it's weirdly unscratched. Mine is all scratchy. And I've tried to capture it. Bits of it don't even play because they skip. So that's very interesting. That's more stuff for me to capture now. And some of it I can only use as a reference. Like the Jimi Hendrix I can't play, even for analysis purposes. But I'm pretty sure if I capture that Rolling Stones record, I can do a video where I measure it and show where all the levels and peaks and all of the parameters are, and play it so you can hear what it's supposed to sound like. And that will be great fun if I could do that, which I presumably can. We'll see. I'm going to say no. No, that's not the best Hendrix record. If I find a copy of Axis Boldest Love, especially if it's a Warner Steamboat logo, but I don't think they came out in, like, here, I'll show you some of these other things. I've also got Cry of Love and Crash Landing. I'm not grabbing those though. So here's a, and none of this I can play on streams. Look, a piece of record fell out. Here's a Warner Steamboat logo Jimi Hendrix Experience. This is on the crunchy crackly side. It doesn't look like it would be, and that makes me a little worried about the smash hits, but I can kind of see a certain amount of the groove damage here. It's not that easy to see, but you can see like a little scuff there and so on, and all that shows up in the sound. And then here's my previous smash hits. It is a Reprise Steamboat logo. This is a slightly different logo. So I think maybe this is a re-release, but it's also real, maybe it's a little bit hard to see. It's kind of real scratchy. The things that you're seeing there aren't as much scratches as they are the high frequencies refracting the light. Records will do that. If I shone a spotlight on this, it would be different. But this is one that's a little on the scratchy side. They kind of all are because it's a Jimi Hendrix record. What do you think happened to them? And then here is Axis Boldest Love. Sadly, see if I can highlight this at all. Honestly, it looks better than it plays, seriously. See, what you're seeing is like high frequency information being refracted from lights in the grooves. This has to do with how good of a record it is to listen to. Like, they don't always have to refract light in this way. It's part of how it's well recorded. And yeah, like it is honestly not as clean sounding as it looks. This one also looks fairly clean. So that has me a little worried about the version of Smash Hits. Hopefully it'll play cleanly. Hopefully it will not be all skippy and stuff. And this one has obvious marks on it. So there we go. It's Electric Ladyland. Another Warner's Steamboat logo, or Reprise Steamboat logo. And this one, you can plainly see that it has been mishandled. This bit doesn't play real good. You can hear those bits of damage to the record. And then there's another one here. Highlighted there. And yeah. So that makes Still Raining, Still Dreaming not play as good. And there you go. If you are thinking of getting into vinyl record getting, Jimi Hendrix records quite wonderful to listen to, and not as easy to hear in any other way. Well, that's interesting. One final one. This is the Reprise logo I'd really like to get these all with. This is a super, super old one. It was WCRS record label, apparently, or the radio station. Sadly, however, this one is look at that mark. Look at the amount of grunge on this. This one is so chewed up it barely plays. See the sort of diagonal lines there? All of this makes it go snap, crackle, pop in a big, big way. This is an old 1960s record that was there when it came out. And yeah, it says Purple Haze. It says on the label, this cut is shot, and boy is it ever. Looking at it from this angle, I can see that the surface of it is all scuffed up with a million tiny scratches, as well as the big stuff that's super obvious. And yet at the same time, this is the most magical version of this pressing you could find. It's just in incredibly rough condition. So if I ever find this like 3-color Reprise label for this stuff, I'll be real excited. And you know, I've got this one, but it's incredibly rough. It'll like barely play. Nothing but a giant pile of pops and scratches. What's this? Oh, George Harrison. Huh. I have captured these. Right in front of it, without its box, is the records from my George Harrison All Things Must Pass, which I recorded so that I could study what that TG12345 console was like, because that's one of the albums that it was on. Dark Side, Abbey Road, All Things Must Pass are all in the same console. And I think Ummagumma and Adam Hartmother as well. Yeah, I'm quite fond of Axis, though. I really enjoy Axis Bold to Love. It's a great album. So back to work and drinking of coffee and doing new things. We're going to get this ready to go. I think I have Banjo Gypsies. I'm pretty sure I do. Yeah, I do. I was mixing it up with Crash Landing. I'm into a bunch of different jazz. I've got quite a good Herbie Hancock jazz fusion collection. Typically early. I've got some like 1971 to around 1976 Herbie Hancock. I've got a bunch of his stuff. Sextant. Headhunters is killer. If you can get a vinyl copy of Headhunters, just beyond good. So killer. It's a lot more song-like. It's a lot more musical than his earlier things, where he's very much into very free jazz, very full experiments, like Volkoma said. And we are not going to do a gain control on here. No. This is the bus plugin. And then there was a further thing to do with this, and I'll tell you what. I should really de-zipper noise this. If this is the newest version of Console 9, what would GRP be? Is that a label? Yeah, Sextant is great, but it's also a little harrowing. It's a noisy, crazy, weird record. Some of the stuff like Crossings or whatever, Mwandishi, are a little more chill. Sextant is let's get really wild with Patrick Gleason on the modular synthesizer, or whatever it was he was using. It acts like a modular. Honestly, probably is. Do you mean GRP or do you mean Sextant? Because bear in mind, Sextant, that's Patrick Gleason on the synths. Herbie's got some synths, and he's on a Rhodes, but Patrick is doing the real meltdown stuff. Let's see. Oh, yeah, on Sextant. Let me fish mine out. Just before Headhunters, here we are. Yeah, so here's our Sextant. So the credits on this one. It's Herbie on Fender Rhodes in a Hohner D6. And he's also playing with a Fezwa and an Echoplex. He's playing a Daka di Bello. He plays Mellotron, a Steinway piano, and hand clap. So that's what Herbie's playing on this album. You got Manganga, which is Dr. Eddie Henderson on trumpet and flugelhorn. Mwile, which is Benny Maupin, soprano sax, bass clarinet, piccolo, hamazu. And the bass also gets a wah-wah and a fuzz. Dr. Patrick Gleason ARP synthesizers, 2600 and soloist. Those are the only credits. So Herbie's not playing any of the synthesizers there. He plays Mellotron. And on Rain Dance, Patrick is playing all, but Herbie is helping him. Hidden Shadows. Hornets, which is the final one. There's a guy specially mixing the synthesizer. And it's recorded at Wally Hyder's. So this might be another one of those Quad 8, but it could also be an API. I'm pretty sure Wally Hyder ended up with an API at some point, but I'm pretty sure it was Quad 8 in there for a while. This is 1973. It has that Quad 8 sound to it. This does. Yeah, so this is an ARP album, and quite awesome that it is. I've wanted to get an ARP soloist. If I'm not mistaken, the ARP soloist is the one where Genesis uses it quite heavily for leads during their classic period. 2600 is, well, we know what that is, and it is a very modular-y kind of thing. It's a very sound effect-y kind of thing. The soloist, that's a preset machine, but it has like pressure sensitivity and a side-to-side vibrato, just a bunch of stuff going on that's performance things. So I have long wanted one of those. I don't know if I'm ever going to get one, but it is a synthesizer lead players. It's another monophonic, but it's a synthesizer lead players synth because it's very touch responsive in a way that a lot of others simply are not. Oh, I get more information on GRP now. We got a bunch of, like, at least one Brecker brother. And Tom Scott, classic, yeah. Chick Corea, boy, yeah, that's a cast of thousands. That is a... Sal Marquez is ex Zappa. Yeah, that's a good lineup. Boy, is that a good lineup. Tom Scott is ex Joni Mitchell. Very neat, very neat. So let's see. I stopped at this point. Let's not stop at this point. Let's keep going. There's other things I need to do. Such as go and dig up some of my stuff. For instance, I am pretty sure that this is the one that has trim controls. So we're going to steal some of this stuff and put it in the H file for this. And we're going to instantiate it correctly. in this case correctly, is at unity gain, unless otherwise specified. For the Z filters, unity gain was 0.1, not so here. And this is our fader. John Patitucci, seriously? Wow. That's wild. Oh, no, wait. Hang on a second. Are you sure? Isn't John Patitucci Dream Theater's guitar player? Or do I have that backwards? Certainly Gary Burton vibraphone, Leah Ritenour guitar. I misread that somehow. Oh, no, wait. No, it's a different something. Yeah, I got it mixed up. No, Patitucci, that's the bass player. Yes. All right. Let's bounce back to this again. Here we go. We'll replace that with this. There's the start. And now that we're in here, we do this. We do this. We do that. And that should about do it. I think that's everything. Yeah, I think that's everything. Zipper noise smoothing. Now you can use the fader freely, even if it's on bass. And I guess we'll test it and find out, won't we? And then we still have our experiment to do to see what it sounds like when we do this. I mean, to get the sound of this 1980s recording. Could be. Let me scroll that up a bit. Late 1980s. You're probably talking about SSL at that point. I'm not sure. I couldn't swear to it, but you're probably talking about SSL here. It became overwhelmingly popular. So let's see, did I take out all of the things I needed to? No, I did not. Oh goodness, no. Let's go back. We are, in fact, trying to edit this down. Although, yeah, let's do this in stages. Firstly, this. And that means I can do a quick check on the smoothing. Bases are an appropriate way of doing that. And console 9 channel. No crackliness. That's how it's supposed to be. Okay, having established that, now it's time to play. We've got a crazy experiment to do. And we might want to still have a parameter to play with. So what is this experiment, you may ask? There we go. It worked because it went blue. Got there. So param2. So we might have to be careful with this. This is probably going to be able to make everything blow up real good, but we're going to find out. Excuse me. Belching McBelcherthan here. Larger than 0, so we are going to make our power function be to the power of the sample that we're actually using. So that ought to do it. So it's either going to be 1 point something. If we crank it all the way up, it will act as the channel saturator, except for with an additional something going on with it. Or if we drop it down to nearly 0, it's going to act as the expander. And either way, it should actually still function somehow. That's an assumption. Let's see how true that assumption is. Oh, not declared in this scope? How is that? Did I fail to... Oh. The reason that wasn't being used is because these are already defined elsewhere. Normally, I would be doing this. Now it should be happier. That's just a simple oversight, that is. Now let's play with waveforms. First, our bases. Let's see what happens to the sound when we do this, and whether it straight up explodes or not. So full boost. In theory, this should be a saturation. But then if we pull it back, does it go to a place where it blows up and crashes? What noise did that make? Oh, hi. So that's kind of interesting. We can do this. This is a very neat and clean A/B distortion. How about that? See that? That's a little bit like what high impact does. I've done a pretty good job of turning this into a triangle. So let's undo that and let's normalize it and see what it looks like over the full range. Let's throw this on. That's beefy. That's heavy. I don't want to back it down because I want the full range of the sine. What has this done to it? Ooh. That's a fat, beefy waveform, that is. That is a very saturated looking saturation. Could be handy. That's maybe a little bit similar to some of what Spiral does. Let's see what, well, in a minute. Back to this. Let's do it the other way around. And as a final cap, what I'm going to do is pull it all the way back and see if it explodes when I tell it to be 0. Fat. Funny wave. Let's take it right down to a very small amount. Good enough. So there we have a nice little cancellation that's being done right at the 0 point, but it's leaving this part pretty round. That's kind of cool. It has a distinct triangliness to it. It's almost like it is a complement to what the sine would be. Like our departures here are similar in each direction. Almost. That's an interesting wave shape. Now let's see if we can crash it. That's not a crash. So if we do have it literally at 0, it's doing this. Okay. That's a sharp little... The fact of how soft this is real interesting, because bear in mind, here's my sine wave, and I have a plugin. Check it out. S for single-ended triode. I have a plugin that's explicitly for making this distortion. But see what a tiny area it's doing it in? It's just making that tiny flat area there. That's fascinating. And of course we can do class B distortion. And class B distortion is literally just this. It's literally a flat area. So basically what we've arrived at is a blend between a supersaturated sound and a unusually smooth AB. That's interesting. Because this is our class B. And then we can do class AB with single-ended triode. It's like also we have a purely second harmonic, which is actually very, very saturated indeed, so let's not worry about that. I think that's just bringing in, like, as far as second harmonic, other things that I've got are much better than that. We're talking second harmonic, so we should look at Sweeten. Sweeten at full crank is all about the second harmonic. Oh, I never said that. Never said that. But we might be able to get some usefulness out of this all the same. So there's sweeten pushed beyond the extremes of extreme. Here's our experiment again. And if we have it offset, we're making it so that it's kind of feeding back onto itself. So what I'm wondering now is this actually complementary? That would be nuts if it was, but I really doubt it is. Here's our saturation effect. And then if we apply it again at 0, we are going to get class AB. In fact, it's not really undoing what we did. But get a load of how powerful this is. This is class AB super duper soft clip. And there's our nearly fully saturated thing going on. What if we... That's not actually going to do anything useful. Actually, we have no... What we're doing is forcing it to go into the... This is interesting. This is decidedly interesting. So yeah, back to a nice sine wave. Can we make this effect work different ways? Because you'll see what we're doing here. We can have it at 0.5, at which point we are modulating the power factor by our parameter. But can we do it in such a way that we're either saturating or anti-saturating the quietest part of the waveform? This is reaching into a whole different part of the sound than we had before. And I didn't expect this, but all the same, it's totally happening. Here's our big old sine wave. We apply it, and then we get a weirdly triangle looking form, but you'll notice that as it passes through the center here, and this is a wave shape, this has nothing to do with frequency. It's flattening out a little bit and then sharpening again. So what that makes me wonder, let's put this back and maybe set up another control here. Because, I mean, look at how simple it all is. Well, I mean, that's a matter, if I wanted it to be frequency dependent, I could. I'm not really concerned with that. This has me thinking about what I can do in complementary fashion. Like, could I take it and get a more intense console style sound out of applying this oddness and then unapplying it afterwards? Could I make it really pull out the because it's like what I'm normally doing is applying to the peaks. This is applying to the quietest parts, but the way that it's passing into saturation is incredibly pure. It's wild. So what do we get if we have like a negative power? We can do one further thing here that'll make stuff extra interesting at a whim, and I'll show you what it is. Inverter. That's going to be 3. Times 2 minus, not 10, but 1. If I use this, what I can do is to have it fully cranked out, and I get exactly the behavior that I had before. However, If I then zoop it down until it is literally down to 0, that will make it functionally act as -1. At which point I can invert the effect of this. And so what we're doing is we're just taking this, keeping what it was, adding another level of parameters, and times inverter times inverter. So no matter what we arrive at, we can now reverse the effect as we wish. And anybody who's interested in getting into programming plugins and stuff, this is the kind of thing that you should be doing if you're exploring. I really don't know whether this is going to blow up the machine or not. It could easily crash. But I'll bet you anything, by which I mean most things, that this can produce the opposite effect, and I'm curious as to what that's going to sound like. And we'll start with normalizing so that we can see the full range. We're going to start with the previous behavior. Third full crank, 0.5, and we've got this. If I invert that, does it make the opposite shape? Or does it just crash or something? Let's find out. Apply and close. Okay, it blew up and died. That's worth knowing about. So this is why I didn't play this over the speakers. That's an aggressively derpy waveform. Let's make that go away again, thank you. So clearly 0 is not a happy value for this. But if we don't add anything with it, if it's 0.5, that means it's basically nothing. Wow. Okay. Didn't see that coming. Get a load of that. Holy crud. Who died and made you a triangle wave? Didn't see that coming. Damn. That's an impressively accurate triangle wave for something that was made out of a sine, I'll tell you. Wow. Triangle wave recipe. So what happens if instead we turn it up but leave that at 0.5, which is not actually applying anything, is it? Well, then we get that back again. Fascinating. So now what I'm wondering about, we do have it clipped, yes? What happens if we do that, but then we push it too hard? We're now distorted. What happens to our triangle wave? The triangle wave that only works if I do this. That is crazy. Okay, if we distort, it's actually exaggerating the effect. It doesn't actually, but it's not actually broken. It's still going up like to 0 very cleanly. We have a sort of siny expander thingy. So then, now let's see what happens to it when we have it faded. Granted, this is not terribly useful because, well, maybe it is. Let's find out. Same deal. So it looks shiny as we keep going, but then the farther we go, the closer we get to that triangle-y shape. And it goes nice and rounded until it can't be rounded anymore, and that's the point where it's starting to point. And it's got flatter sides the lower down it goes. It's like stretching out the sides. It starts as a nice... This could be interesting. Here's a real discovery. Look at how it evolves. Oh no, Focamus, here's the thing. This is not actually going to react as a loudinator. This is expanding peaks. It might be a sort of golden soundinator though. Let's see, because it's straightening out all of the... Everything that was formerly a steeper part going through the center is now flattened out again. Our overall wave sounds like this. So it's got a very warm bass tone to it compared to this is a trip, I tell you right now. So let's see now. And what's happening when we're doing this? What is happening when we're doing this? Apart from we get a triangle. Nothing will change. I can demonstrate that for you. Check it out. Convert sample and rate. 192K. We will resample, so it's still a bass note. This is purely and entirely a wave shaper. Doesn't care what the source is. Doesn't care at all what the source is. This is nothing but a wave shaper. And yet, transient enhancer is very much what this is acting like, but not really, because here's the thing. It's straightening out, like it's not just pointing this, it's straightening this. As the sine wave goes through the center point, it's steeper than what we've ended up with. It's actually over flattened what it had. We'd be wanting to include a little tiny bit of dry to have it be perfectly triangle. It's just the teensiest amount anti-sine. Like it's flattening out a little bit more than it has to give a really perfect straight. I don't know if I have anything that I can put on the screen, because if I put something up to the screen, you actually can't see it. But if I was able to put a straight edge against this, you'd see that it's flattening out a little more than it has to, crossing over. Dimension DC style stereo oppositional chorus. No. No, I haven't had any interest in that. Don't honestly know what it is even. Okay, so this is some wild stuff. We need to hear this on some other things, because when we clip, it is actually expanding out the sound. When we use it, if inverter is 0, that means that expand log P plus offset, which is 0.5. So we're basically dealing with always 0.5 to make this work. Interesting. That's going to be worth a little experimenting. So log P times 0.5. So yeah, input sample times inverted, that lets me just cancel out this part. No such thing as too many dumb questions. If I'm busy doing something else, I'll just be a little more curt about it. And that's fine. Pretty harmless. So, let's hear this on actual sounds. How about if I take this, which is distorted and overly fat sounding, and we apply our processing to it, it's making it be a little less dense. It still sounds a lot like the original one did. I think we have a plugin out of literally just that. Anti-loudness war is what this is. Question is, how many stages of it do we need? Now, what else have we got to play with? I know that Discord Welcome Home is over compressed. See, look at how loud that is. Let's normalize it to make everything be literally clipped out. And now apply our anti-fatness control. Now I'll call it sucralose. Ha! That would be hilarious. And messed up, because that's some poisonous stuff right there. Yeah. It's like an audio diet. It's anti-saturating. By contrast, if you used it to do the opposite thing, which I believe we do like this, and then this part also has to be full crank. Loudinator. And then if we keep our inverter the same way it was, but do the opposite, Class AB distortion. Yeah, that's sucking all of the inside out of it. So one of the things I was looking to experiment with was whether or not using our negative inverter value could have any use. So this was a weird inverse thing. This is no effect. Okay, that's actually not useful at all. We got nothing. Let's take that back away again. It absolutely needed that not to be at 0. Well, if we're not quite at 0, what does it do? Super exponential effect. Interesting. So I keep going back to the code, and I don't need to. All my controls are here. So if this is dead silence, that is an extremely sucked out sound. That's distorted. I was going to want to do something with sines here. See what it did. We're kind of off the map here. And one of the things I know is if I put it to full negative, I am able to make it like literally blow up sometimes. So I'm not really interested in doing that. So let's see, this is full input sample. Why is it still sounding crunchy? Well, that ain't right. Offset plus input sample times inverter, or offset minus input sample times inverter. Is this still... What are we doing? Should it be a negative offset to get the... Yep, that's normalized. So let's see. So this was what was giving me sucked out sound. This is what was making it be inverted to the point where it would blow up and die. That's the cancellation. This is the triangle, I think. Saturation, total removal, it'll go into silence. Here's our triangle. This should be added fullness, which is pretty good for added fullness. And then this is literally triangle. And then it becomes inverse. So heck with this, let's go back to the sine for a moment. Where's my sine base? Did it say base sines? No, sine base. Yep, we're doing all kinds of interesting things here. I just need to find out what this algorithm is going to do. That is the question, as ever. So, back into here. So if we have input sample as full crank and offset as 1, it's thickened, although weirdly we are still straightening out this point in the middle a little bit, I think. If we are doing about, see, 0.5 is no effect. And that's not actually true. There was an effect. But what I mean is 0.5 is we're not using input sample, we're only using offset. And I'm pretty sure that negative input sample is, yep, that's doing a crazy thing. It's an interesting thing, but it's a crazy thing. And then if we're doing negative with this, this is where it goes completely insane. So we don't want this. So the question becomes, supposing we're doing full offset, what do these levels look like? How about 0.75 and 0.25, halfway across each one? That looks pretty smooth, honestly. That looks like a saturation. Oh God, it's really coming through my subwoofers a lot. I'm sure you heard that. Most of this plugin isn't doing anything. Look. Param 1, Param 2, Param 3. The rest of them ain't doing anything. So let's undo that. And over to this again. But this time we're at 0.25. Hi! That's interesting. That's a weird thing. Look at you. What do you even think you're doing with that craziness? This is a weird pointy thing. So if we were to do this first and then do that after, I'll have to do 2 undos to get back out of it, but that's fine. I do not get my sine wave back, but it looks a little bit like one. Huh. Can I put 2 instances of this one plugin into a console calculation? And then back we go. Let's not save this. Let's not listen to the output of this, but boy, are we going to get messy with this nonsense. Let's do long sine instead of high sine. Let's normalize it. And let's make a effect stack just for the purpose of viewing this on span is basically what we're about here. So console 9 channel first instance. 5. Console 9 channel, we'd better be able to do a second instance. Then go in search of span. There it is. And we can also throw in a shifting of bit, because we're not going to need it to be at full blast here. We just need to be able to see what it says. So We're trying to see whether this can cancel itself out. I do not know the answer to that question. Although we can do crazy things with it too. If it can cancel itself out, that means we can get no harmonics on the output of this. We don't really need this to be as quiet as it is. What if we start all the way over here? And we're about at, let's see, 44. It's a third. And that's a fifth. So no even harmonics in this. This is all odd harmonics. This is all a pure saturation / anti-saturation transform. What happens if they're all closer to the middle? Does that get us closer to no effect? It's close to no effect, but that's not necessarily useful. There's our offset. So this is the bit where we don't want it to do this. That's nothing but amplitude. So one thing about it, we can make it be nothing by just canceling out this third control. So we're doing offset, which is 1, so it's this times 1 plus no effect here. However, when we start bringing this in, that's a nice even blend of harmonics. That's our really smooth saturation. And then we start taking it back out again. And we start bringing it back in again. So at what point did that cancel out most? It's acting suspiciously like it's neatly 0.25. And certainly we've got least third harmonic here. And it's not a very extensive harmonic at all. Like it's doing something, but that's not a very extreme result. I'm looking at the series of harmonics as it's on this other side. Less amplitude, we still have the same series, but our third harmonic can drop down to next to nothing at about this point. So there's a thing. So our inverter amount here at 0.25, that's canceling out this one pretty effectively. Does it have the capacity to cancel it out completely? Pretty close. That's very little third harmonic left. We got a bunch of fifth, we've got a bunch of higher stuff, but you can't even hear it, right? We're listening to this bass note. I don't hear any high frequency stuff going on there. It's doing a thing, but it's not very evident. And I bet if I take this off, this tiny one comes back. But some of our higher ones start going away. Fifth never goes away. What happens if I try to get both the third and the seventh and ninth to go away at the same time? I think that's going to be a nope. We can't. Also, weirdly, our series of harmonics are acting very differently now. And there we are at the third harmonic canceling out as much as possible again. But right now what I'm looking at is this area around here that's sort of dropping away down to nothingness. But it's like losing some of the harmonics up here as it goes and not others. So if I give it full 1 again, can I dial it in such a way where there's our minimal third harmonic for the full wave sine wave. Boosting more doesn't really get me there. Though it's an interesting enough sound. The overtones on this are kind of interesting. See how we have a strong harmonic, but the high harmonics look to be less. Where's the rest of my metering here? See, floor of this is 126. But if we return to where go. Rather than 126. Okay, it's now the floor is 134, so this is actually the most rejection. Interesting. Interesting. We have a whole series of harmonics that are neatly overlaid on this, and we can completely skip the third harmonic apparently. Although if we do this, no, at 0.25 it's actually still leaving that out. So there's our maximal rejection of that first one. Interesting. Interesting. That's potentially another console system. The question is, what's it going to do? Apart from add a little bit of rather smooth and not sharp harmonics to everything. And I mean everything. Meaning that this is a really low frequency wave. Other stuff will alias unless I filter it. Firstly, let's screenshot the LUT. Then, while we have that open, it's asking me a thing, and we're going to say, nope, let's not. While we have this open, let's see what it does on something else. This is the sound of the full console system on Discord Welcome Home. Compared to, it's darkening stuff up somehow. Interesting. That's a different sound. I'm still trying to figure out what that actually means. Maybe this becomes console X. That'd be bold. How about this one that's known to be kind of bassy? Good night, Crappy Pond. So this is where it started. I feel like there's more space inside this. That's an interesting effect. And that's your regular DAW sound. There's a certain beefiness to this that's interesting. And then if we pad going in, hey Daho. Oh, things are not normal, but they're non-normal in an interesting and nice way. So we are happy with that part. We got a faint expandy behavior at its quietest. I feel like this is a articulation of things that works pretty well for me. I also think it's going to resist loudination. Like, I know this track. This is normally what it sounds like, and I can't find the kick drum in it because it's an unusual track. It's a track where that bass drum is very dark, very low, and it's really not showing up most of the time. So when I have it playing like this, the kick normally doesn't come out. Like, it's kind of there, but it's really buried. But then I engage this new thing, and the kick just got a lot bigger. Off. That bass is muddying everything up. On. Oh, this is so interesting what's going on with this. In a way, yeah. Like, I do this. And it's just a sort of resonant stuff, but there's no articulation to it. But because I'm supposed to be able to hear the kick drum, but it's supposed to be acting a certain way. When I engage this series of two plugins, and they're both labeled console 9 channel, but the way they're functioning is as a channel bus pair. When I do this, the mid-range cleans itself up. Let's try it on some other things besides just that. It's probably not worth it trying it on individual tracks. Full day, how about? I could throw it at dragons. We were playing with dragons the other day. That said, I can do full day. I'll do this. So without it, we got this. It's not going to show anything different really there. And we're not actually using our shifting of beds, so we're not doing that either. We've got this track. If I engage it, yeah, we're doing something interesting here, but it's It's definitely a saturation, anti-saturation behavior. Like there's our saturation. There's our anti. Both of them together have an interesting effect. Let's bounce over to a thing I was doing previously. I want to hear what this sounds like on Rain Dragon. So that's a very thick, beefy low end. It's very congested and full. Do this, and the lows are very thick and saturated. I do this, and I'm pretty sure that bass has a sub-octave. It's not just rumble, it's a sub-octave. And then we've also got a distant timpani sound in there. There's your strings. But they feel more like they are solidly placed. And we can also pull everything back. This is what this track does. I'm having an easier time hearing what the track is doing in the bass. It feels a little hollow here. That's interesting. I might have sort of a gatey behavior going on. That would be interesting, because that's not planned. Back to Chrome. Okay, it's not sounding nasty and distorted on this side. That's good. I was a little worried about that. I was a little worried it was going to do something crazy. I feel like when I bypass it, and I know you can't hear it, the microphone is pointed away from the speakers, unfortunately. But I feel like it's going from flatter to more spacious. about, here's one, Earth Dragon. This has a lot of crazy low end, and it has those big giant clong noises. And it feels congested. But when I turn on this new thing, I'm just padding it a tiny bit because it feels too loud. Got a little bongo thing going on. I'm feeling a little more clarity on some of that stuff compared to this, where I'm feeling that low frequency congestion again. And this is bypass. This is bypass. This is what it actually is. Engage the new thing. I think maybe we're stepping towards console X. I think maybe this is a step towards console X. But for more fun, we introduce our discontinuity. Now where are we at? Well, for one, we're pushing it a little harder than it needs to be. Off on the amount of discontinuity, I think. Definitely on the beefy side when we do this. Darkening stuff a lot, though. That's darkening those hats an awful lot. Maybe our scaling is just off. loud. Let's see what this sounds like on our Chrome Dragon sine wave thingy. Yep, we got a little too much of this. Whereas if we take this out, yep, that's not going to do. No matter what we do, it's still there. Alrighty, so discontinuity was another thing that was going to be worked on today. Gives one furiously to think. So, what are we going to do with this craziness? What happens if it's in the middle of the console system? What then? Huh. Well, if we did like it, what would it be? Immediately all the brights are there. We totally get weird little overtones all over the place from this. That we do. Over to something else. How about daily noise? Let's see what it does with some of these weird effects and some of these weird tracks. That's a loud one. just set it up to be a sort of loud noises thing. Certainly are taking away all the clarity. In a way where it still feels like it's a physical presence, and that's interesting. Okay, doing it this way, the edge of the guitars is sticking out. No processing? Processing. So here's one that's way too bassy, raw track like this, but okay, that's amusing. we have a mad scientist discovery going on here. This in this position compared to this position, we put it into the middle of the console system. Peeking out really loud too. Processing. This is the wild beast. This is really something. Synthesis. We can do this, or we can assume that that kick drum is huge and loud. It's all a little compressed. That's part of why it's doing what it's doing. We've got the kick warbling absolutely everything. Nothing, it sounds like a digital recording. But we can make it a lot fatter and sillier. aggressive. So we can make this out of this. Or if we wanted to behave as if it was actually a lot quieter than that. Turn this. What I do though, there's a whole bunch of brightness that normally lives here gets darkened. So that's real loud. Oh, the channel encoding is throwing off discontinuity. The level is not the same as it would be, because it's coming in louder than it would be. Okay, I get it, I get it. We still have highs and stuff. They'd be about 52. So they're quite a ways down, but that's by design. It's meant to be doing some of that. It's made it real dark, but then the mix can compensate for that to some extent. Like if we were going to be able to add air to anything, we could add air going into the whole scenario. Become quite bright if we want. We still have content up there, but it's not quite what it should be, or was. Interesting. Totally dry to interesting. You see the shape of that waveform? Oh, wait, I gotta turn everything off like this. So this is our base setup. Very interesting experiments here, or at least to me. At least to me. Those filtery guitars are really something. How about some scary music? I wonder whether discontinuity really fits on the bus. As I can do without it. And only put it on reverbs. Or guitars, things like that. It might be better saved for particular elements and left off of others. So you could turn everything into a distorted guitar. Or a scream. Yeah. Maybe that's the secret. Maybe the secret is to let some of this be able to do its clean style thing. Like this, it's doing a useful thing with this. Here's my basic. And then I'm getting a physical presence of it. But it's not eating the highs in as much of a way. But then for elements that need to go nasty, throw that on there. And of course, in reverb elements. Where's my console X form? Whereas this sounds better with the discontinuity on. Quite a bit better, in fact. We've still got my edges, but it's got that sort of 60s retro feel. And then a little clean end bit. I heard that cymbal, even though it's arguably I think we're actually getting somewhere with some of this. Although I can tell you right now, this has just become the initial seeds of Console X. And Console 9 is going to be a much simpler affair, where I have to take some of this back apart again so that I can use it. Goodbye, Twisted Wave. So here is where some of this is coming from. Let's empty that. There's what this is going to become. And we're going to go in and see, now what I'm speculating about is, let's just do one final wave of grabbing my little espresso, throwing another log in the fire, all that kind of stuff for my final push for today. So, on that note, Alrighty, here we are back. That's burning up nicely. Hasn't taken all that long. And taming these oxen actually ran out. Interesting. Alrighty. So, time to start trying to do a thing. With one more cup of good espresso coffee. Put sounds away because we don't need them anymore. We are definitely going to be rebuilding these. But not before. This is the one that's probably going to be my baby. This is going to be the one that I use for stuff. I just need to tailor it until it does all the things that I want. And I'm a little concerned about the discontinuity stuff. But that's another story. That's easy. That we're going to leave alone. So we don't actually need to write anything in here. And that's the funny thing about this puppy is that both the bus and the channel plugins are built out of Console 9 channel. Just treated differently, so we'll leave that alone. That part's fine. Bus isn't going to require the smoothing trim because it's going to be a no parameters daily bop. Which also means I don't have to have that there. We'll leave all that there for the time being. Good, good, and go from here. These are all very recently built, so I can just use them as a template. Go from there, boop. There's our console X bus, except for we ain't even using that. We're way past that. We're in crazy experiment land. And what it said was that our parameter 3 is not 1, but 0.246. And offset is 1. And trim ain't a thing. Meaning we don't need this. And we don't need this. One. Let's do our little math. Let's do our little math with this bit. Times 0.508, negative 0.508. Looking good for the time being. So all this is doing is flipping the polarity of this. So if we plus this times negative is minus this times positive. Minus this times negative is plus this times positive. And that's how we get there. So there is our bus. We no longer even need these two. We got a very clean, simple bus going on. Let's build it and be happy. Second time's the charm. Bingo. Then new project. This is the one with a bunch of stuff on it. Although I have not yet tried putting the discontinuity and then boosting highs after it. That might be a thing. That might very well be a thing. Because console MC benefits a lot from having a certain amount of boostiness after the console stages. It opens it up and makes things brighter and sparklier. Version. Console X channel. This one's got a little more going on. Why can I not see? Oh, there we go. There you are. This one I do need in trim, but the rest of this stuff can kind of sit where it is. We're not done with it yet. There's going to be a lot more in there. So let's put our in trim in here. Almost might as well throw in air and so on. We'll leave all of these sliders because we're going to be using a bunch of sliders for this one. This one's going to have a lot of control to it. It's going to have Air 3. It's going to have Kalman. Let us neutralize things while we are at it. Like this. Then, let's see. Same deal up. do int 32 onwards. Oh. This time we are using intrim, but we're not using the other bits. So on the channel, second and third are both 1. So that's 1. And this is 1 times 2, otherwise 2. Minus 1 equals 1. Hey, Focomus. Oh yeah, well no, I'm drinking another coffee. I am probably going to have a headache tomorrow and be recuperating from some of this nonsense. And remember how I started and I was like, I'm going to try this. Let's see what happens with crazy experiment negative formulation. Next thing you know, we have a triangle wave out of a sine wave and all manner of other craziness. And then the next thing you know, we have a possible version of console that can be used for console X that is just expanding space out of nowhere and giving a physical sense of presence without blowing up base. It's tightening base, giving a physical sense of presence, and when used in conjunction with the discontinuity, we have a striking, it's distant, it's realistic, it's full of vibe, it's able to have a lot of character and power, and that's before we even got really into a bunch of equalization. And this is just all of the good things. We're going with it. So let's see. 2 minus 1, that is going to equal 1. I can math. Hey! And here is our offset, 1.0 and 1.0. And this, rather than being multiplied by a negative thing, it is acting like a console system, in that this is the opposite of what the previous was. And so here we have a way to remove some of this other stuff. Boop. And boop. So there's our smooth input fader, except for it might actually end up being an output fader rather than input fader. There's no special reason that I should put it before everything. You can put it after things. Although we usually do this part up at the top, so maybe not. Let's yep. That lives up at the top in case I need to smooth anything. Oh no, there's going to be console 9, but when I started fooling with console 9, or at least console 9 channel, to do the mysterious experiment, all hell broke loose. So I'll show you before I go in and change anything else. But right now, this is what we got. This would be console X channel. Don't need this bits anymore. Save. It's going to take 2 builds to build because I've never built this one before. And then I'll put back console 9 after I show you what I did. And all of these are so effective at handling unpleasant highs in a convincing way that I will not need to do any of the platinum slew or other slew things that I've done for every version of console MC, console LA, console MD, etc. I won't have to do any of that, none of it, and it will give me the result that I want organically out of what it is built to be. That is a gratifying scenario. So here's where we ended up. Here's the console 9 channel and bus, which are going to come back. I finished doing console 6, that's not a problem. And let's fire up an Alien Kittens for this, how about? So we're very familiar with that. And I believe, did we save that? We'd better have saved that effect stack. I think we did all of that without ever once saving the effect stack. Oh, God. Okay, well, we'll recreate it. We can make a new effect stack with blackjack and, well, maybe not. So here's what it was made out of. I had air. I had console 9 channel twice because it had separate settings for each. The one was this setting and the other was this setting, which is actually negative. If I put it all the way to 0, it blows up and dies. This is the experiment. This is not using console 9 channel and bus. It's overriding console 9 channel to do a completely different thing. Were you here for the discovery of the insane production of a triangle wave? So a little air 3, a little console 9 channel, and we'll add another one. We'll hide that one and make this one be 1. And then this one is the decode, and it is 0.256. You saw that? Yep. And then I had discontinuity between them, which is making it more effective than it's meant to be so that adjustment is off. And then what did I have on the end? Anything? Just span. And that wasn't telling me anything very useful. Yeah, it was both anti-loudness war and loudness war. It was quite a something. So that's what we had. And it made a noise like this. Here is the raw sound. And then we engage it. Like this is bypassed. Turn it on. It's still very heavy, but I can hear into it a little easier. Turn it back off. Turn it back on. And then start turning up discontinuity. Turning it up, and so we can push it so hard that it's clearly distorted. Then pull it back. And here's our final trick. Since we can do this, and since that pulled back the performance of it, we could throw on 80 clip 8 set to apotheosis with the ceiling of and not as much of a boost as that. Yikes. And then push it back up until we are, yeah, I'll set it to around 105, absolutely. If you heard that as it went past, I will put it right back. We can do this. I'll give it exactly 105. I can do this. kind of hear the bass honking a little bit, I think. Width. Without. That was a big peak, that was. You can kind of get into the like snapping your head back. But wait, we can go farther, check it out. Loudination, anyone? Getting there. Start with this. And add basically the same settings, like 0.13, 14. We can do this. Finish my coffee, I'll go rinse my cup out. We could dial this back a little bit. Explode. And now it's pretty much just as overwhelming. Got a lot of the same vibe and feel going on, except for it's about 12 times bigger. So, more. And part of this is the console 9 channel. Like if we take out that stuff, it's largely the same sound, just pushed more. We push into here, and it's kind of congested, right? But if we put this stuff together, it feels like the same sound but bigger. Which also means we have more headroom. And this is, of course, our smoothed fader. So we could pull it back quite naturally. Oh, wait, we're still overdriving. So I can pull it back until we're not overdriving. More highs, maybe. have a sort of level matched one that is actually peaking a little bit less than the previous. But here is without. But then we can add it. And there's a little more dimensionality around everything, because what this console X is doing, which is what console 9 says it is it's making a funny sort of space around everything. And that's what we just did. Well, I mean, you say the wah-wah synth doesn't take the distortion too well, but depends upon what you like, really, because we can just kind of saturate it aggressively. Now we're just getting silly. Back to really far too loud. Oh, would you like to find out? Let's measure it. All we got to do is take this just as it is, apply and close, that's what it actually looked like. We're doing a series of stages. It's going to go through and do additional things now. There's the console, there's the discontinuity, the highest boost. We're one at a time going through each step. And then we'll measure what the RMS is. And have a little look-see at what the waveform looks like. Here we go a little farther. That's probably the final version of, that's the Console X bus, I think. And then as a last, oh, no, I guess not. It's applying each thing in turn. Maybe that's the Console X bus. And then the last step is the AD clip 8. And there it goes. No, now transients are obliterated. And now we get to measure this for RMS. Can you imagine how much fun that will be? And remembering that it still sounds basically correct. Analyze. So this is what you're going to be able to do with upcoming versions of Airwindows console. Should be good fun, for values of good fun that equate to making a horrible noise. But I mean, it's not all that horrible, honestly. The stuff it's doing was giving a degree of sort of clarity. Okay, so average RMS power minus 496. Oh dear. Oh dear. How's that for Loud Nation? Maximum RMS on channel 2 minus 370. Our waveform looks a lot like this. There's a bright spark. Yeah, it's like Iggy Pop's raw power. There's our biggest peaks. But you know, an awful lot of this is just sitting there in the middle of the waveform. Like, this is not all flat tops. There's hints of flat tops everywhere. But notice there's a lot of like triangle-y shaped waveforms. That is the effect. That's the influence. Oh, look at that spike. That's the influence of discontinuity right there. Discontinuity is creating this wild, slanty craziness. And we do still seem to have some highs in there. Here's our, I think, middle section where it gets quieter for a moment. Or not. There was a section in here somewhere where it lays out for a sec. You can't tell anymore. I overloudinated. Maybe I can spot it from looking through here. So I want to investigate what that big attack is. It's up to the front somewhere. It's not that. Loud, 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 loud. At what point does it lay out? Yeah, you can't tell anymore. I can't tell where it lays out anymore. There's a bit. Here's the bit. Get a load of that. There's where it lays out. Smash. So what does that moment look like? Looks like this. Ha ha ha. Oh my. So there's your problem. Bam. And then back to relatively normal, if any of this can be called normal. Oh yeah, no, this is beyond sausage. This is wood chipper body disposal. Compared to which is nice in its own right. Yeah. So that's what we did in beginning to invent Console X. And there's going to be some other stuff to do in there as well. But there's a couple of things I'd like to do first. Let's put Console 9 back together. I'm pretty sure I've got this ready to go. Yep. Console 9 bus, nothing there. That's ready to go. That is in fact correct. If it's negative 0.6, etc., or 1.61, etc., that makes it the part where you can convert and unconvert again. I should probably do a dry wet version of that initial experiment, the full-on now this is a triangle wave surprise experiment. I should probably do one of those. I think it would be a good idea to do that as a separate thing. Call it Triangleizer, maybe. Anywho, we're in the middle of fooling with this. This does require those, but we didn't break this down into its component parts yet, so Console 9 channel does have just the one control, because it is much simpler. But it's a nice smoothed pad control, so you can automate it, and that's actually better than Console 6. And then let's go through and get these bits ready. Before I do that, let's use this as my template. Triangleizer. Start with signs and make them into triangles or soft-topped triangles depending upon how hot you're peaking. And that should do nicely. And once I've done that, I'm interested in listening to it on some audio with the dry wet control that I have not actually been using for any of this. Easy now. Triangleizer. Wait, I don't think I'm going to have any controls on this, am I? I'm only going to have a dry wet control. It's a fixed setting. Alrighty, let's see where this takes us. That's not what I had in mind. It's probably going to just do that. So on to this stuff, and we're going to run with this. And then we're going to make sure I've got it set to the right things, and we're going to hardwire it in place as that. So from here on down, boop. Put this aside for the moment. build one of these. It should be good. Although it's possible I need to comment out the interim stuff. Oh yeah, I'm going to need to comment out the interim stuff. That's fine. I can totally do that. We'll stop that, and we'll stop this. Let's build it again and see how close we came. Alrighty. So what settings did we want to make it become the notorious triangleizer of stage and film? Let's find out right now. I'm pretty sure one of the settings involved was no influence on, like, inverter goes to 0. Let's see. I think it was offset 0.5, inverter 0.5. Trying to remember which it was. One way to find out. Normalize, and let's go find the new effect. Triangleizer, that can't be a 0. That's probably it. It does do a good job of becoming huge, I must say. Maybe I should make them both go between this and 1. Let's see if we got it. Bingo. Got there. So we're going to need the dry wet. Hello, undo, thank you. But if we had both of these cranked up to 1, it did this. And that's a very intense laudination with a weird little straightening of the, like, that's odd. There's something weird about the center part there, but there's nothing so wrong with that. That might be just fine. It's an overly fat triangle. So if we were to run with this and give it a control, it can't actually do smaller settings. Like if both of these were 0.25, I don't think that's going to work. No, it's very unhappy about that. So the triangle is, I think, its most extreme setting. However, if we were to go halfway between triangleizing and the extreme fatness setting, we'd get this, which is like a slightly crooked, soft-topped, semi-triangle-y thing. So maybe that needs to be a control. Maybe it needs to vary between those two settings. You think? I feel like it might very well benefit from, like, supposing we had 0.594. Now we've got a slightly lumpy soft-topped triangle. That might have its uses. And we're still cleaning up the middle of it in a somewhat interesting way. Whereas then if we are pushing it close to maxed out but not full crank, we're getting a very intensely flat-topped effect. This warrants playing with. Let's play with it. We'll not save that. And we'll go in, and let's just assume that And then we'll do a param2 for wet, because that's going to be useful. And then so get param1 plus 1 divided by 2 will get me there. That'll go from 0.5 to 1. And then we'll use the same 0.5 for inverter and just use it directly like that. And that'll get us from 0.5 to 1. Let's take some of this stuff back out again. Boop. Boop. And I bet I've got a handy dandy dry wet sitting around in a recent project. But not these. No, something else. How about... I think I've got one sitting around in average. I've got a template for this, so I could just start a new one. That would be it. Which means I also need to produce a dry sample. And that can be done like, whoop, hang on. Here we go. And we really need to define it as a double. It is an older plugin because it's got stuff defined where it doesn't need to be. So now we got a dry sample, and we've got param2, which is dry wet, and we need to fix H. See, it rhymes. Dry fat and dry wet. Should work beautifully, which also means we default to triangle, so we default to 0 here. And let's build that and see if it's happy to build. It is. Throw it over here. Run in here and see what we got. A lot of the work for this was done ahead of time, so I'm just kind of catching up. Also, let me fussing with my fire a little bit more. I've got the damper in there and it's starting to get a little pokey, so normalize to 0. Here is my triangleizer. Dry fat, dry wet. None of the rest of this stuff does anything. Apply and close. There we are. So now under this circumstance, if I cool off the level a little bit, we can start playing with it live. Is it not having an effect at 0.5? That's interesting. No, it's having an effect. this is going to be useful. This is doing a bunch of stuff, even set to the middle, which is the least obvious of settings. We are still flattening the middle in a way that is making it act a little bit more like a triangle wave, but a very, 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 very softened one, which implies that if I dial that in and then use dry wet a little bit, I can get a lovely flat shape there. Or we'll fully triangleize and give it 50-50 dry wet. Close enough. So there's an interesting thing. If we have it at 50-50, it does a lovely straight line through the center. And then we can adjust the point on it. But 50-50 is where it's nice and straight through 0. You can kind of hear it go. And all of this is making it more possible to hear that sub. Although we can make the lowest octave disappear completely. So if we apply that, yep, it still looks kind of shiny, but we've got a distinctly flattened out center part. This is going to come in handy. I think this is going to be useful for people. Maybe I should even do this one this coming Sunday, because it looks to be something I could throw together pretty conveniently. I was going to do overheads. I'm no longer sure about that because I'm not quite sure how to demonstrate overheads. Let's not save those changes, and let's fool with some other tracks and see what we got. I'm about a half an hour out from getting food out to defrost for my dinner. Triangleizer set to full triangleize. What does it do to this? We've got our deep bass. We can dial in a soundstage a little tiny bit. Maybe we can do it better with just small amounts of triangleizing. It's surfing as a bit of a bass cleaner upper. And it's cutting level back, meaning that you could boost after it. So that's kind of interesting. It's making it so I can hear what the low end is doing more easily. Without it, it goes this loud. With it, it goes this loud. So logically, the next thing to do is try this out and then throw AD Clip 8 after it. Compensate for the volume loss from triangulizing that overly fat bass to see whether we still get a powerful bass, but one that's more better behaved. So there we go. There's what we had it set to. And there we've got this at sort of full boost, and about the same place. And again, apotheosis for maximum bass out of it. Without it, what if we push it even farther? Can't start over. There we go. Without anything. That pretty much works. That pretty much worked. All we're doing is triangleizer as hard as it'll go, and then make up gain with AD Clip 8. Take it back out. The kick goes away a little bit. Put it back. We have more control over things. Okay, I think that kind of worked. I think that's usable. That is a effect where you can dial it in pretty directly and it does as expected. I'm a little curious as to what else it can do. Like, what if we triangleize the heck out of this? This is, of course, guitar. Kind of softened it a little bit. makes it sit back a little. We definitely got a sweet spot here in the dry-wet 50-50. It's not really a softener. Wait, before we go any further, let's normalize that and triangleize it. Let's see what it does when the triangleizing is at a fully cranked level. Because it's going to start out being kind of loud. I've got the levels on the amp turned down a little bit. Kind of tightens it up a little bit, maybe. Yeah, just kind of tighten it up a little bit. Oh, but what happens if we go to full fat? That should be bringing it forward then. That works. That kind of works. Back, forward, back, forward. We're sort of fooling with the wave shaping of it. Interesting. Don't save. Yeah. Yeah, it's doing stuff with the low mids. You're entirely correct. But it's taken some of the highs back because it's like reshaping the peaks into triangles. That's interesting. So there we are. Triangleizer is go. Two parameters. Very little else going on with it. Excuse me. Sometimes I really love the tiny little itty-bitty plugins. This is a tiny little itty-bitty plugin. Look at how big it is. It's just this big. There's like nothing to it. Triangleizer is indeed Go. Now that I've done that, I can put console 9 channel back together to be what it was supposed to be. There's our input pad. There's our in trims. And here we are dialing this stuff back. Including these bits, because this only relates to the crazy experiment, and that's still normal. The crazy experiment has now been applied to a bunch of different things, and here's what we started with. There's console 9 channel. And bada boom. And that should make a working console 9 channel, which is going to be a subtler version of console 6 with some additional details. And it'll still clip it at 1, but we learned about that. It has to. God, excuse me. It's been a long day. I've been grinding away at this pretty hard. Next week, Minecraft, or something else that is also a game. I don't know exactly what. Like, there's other options. It doesn't always have to be Minecraft. But next week, Tuesday and Thursday, become just hanging out and playing. And chilling. So let's see. Console 9 channel component. Boop. And I'm going to ask real quick, by the way, should I put the zipper smoothing into console 6 as long as I'm revisiting it? Because I am revisiting it. And that is doable. I got to build one more console bus. That one's now done. Hey there, sweeter. Did I copy that over into the... Well, if I didn't, I have now. There we go. I had not, but now I have. Triangleizer is Go. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's take the console 6 channel and put in the zipper noise removal. I honestly can't imagine anybody using console 6 channel who would want to have it do zipper noise in fader motions that they had automated. I really can't imagine that bothering anybody. Yeah, the thing with the zipper noise reduction is that it is a interpolation between the two positions. It immediately jumps to the position, but if you were like handling bass or something, it can make it sort of crackle as the fader moves. And this is almost never a good idea, although people wanted me to do special versions of that for the Z filters and the X filters and the Y filters. But those are filters being used by drum and bass producers, some of whom were doing neural. So sometimes they had a reason for that. I think there is less of a... if you wanted to make interesting crackles, I think you'd want to do it with like a filter or something, rather than your console plugin. So as long as we're revisiting console 6 in order to clean up the clarity as it passes through 0, let's also revisit it for this purpose. And it'll only relate to channel, and I'll leave it off of... Shall we also... That could change behavior. If somebody was being very silly and violating intentions, and they had console 6 bus with a setting on that was not unity gain, first of all, that's incorrect. But second of all, if I removed that control, it would either break or give a different sound. So I can't do that. But with this is different. So console 9 channel, interim controls, interim controls get added, and this can't actually change anybody's saved versions other than softening immediate switches to whatever the end result is. So 9 channel, C++, like that. And then this. Let's leave this open. Why do we keep closing it? It's getting on towards the end of the day, so I always get a little crustier towards the end of the day. And there we have our gain equals parameter 1. We replace it with this. And remove this. And that does it. That does it. This is now console 6 all over again, except for it can't do zipper noise. And the same algorithm that it had before is reformulated so it doesn't have error near 0 anymore. And it's the only change. Build succeeded. God, excuse me. Drag that over to here. And over to here. So we've got a fair bit of VST plugin making coming along. And that ain't even counting the console X, but console X is not near done. We got more to do there. So it scoots that over here. Scoots these over here. This is going to be fun. I've got more stuff to do here, but we're not quite there yet. Been a busy day. I still haven't done the things I said I was going to do with discontinuity either. I dare say that's where I've just walked through all the rest of this stuff. Why don't I do that? I think that would be a good idea. I've gotten to the point where I can't even use that anymore. There have been too many changes. I got to do it over again from scratch. Certainly need to rebuild it. And I was really interested in trying a particular thing out using Kalman, so that might be well worth me doing that experiment too. The rest of this stuff is basically all set, but I want to try an experiment with Kalman. Might amount to that being done over again from scratch too. So a lot of the thinking that I have a new plugin coming out and then revising it completely, starting from zero. That is as easy as it gets to put dry wet into inverse dry wet. Although I do need to firstly find out where I've done it before. It'll say this, so I simply need to search through my plugins for where I have said that. Let's give that a shot. Magau. All right, which ones have I used? There have been more than one. There's been quite a few. There we go. Every slew. I've just done Kalman. I've done pair, apparently. And sample delay and sample undelay. So let's look at creature. Creature has that, apparently. Been a while since I've looked at Creature, and that seems weird because it was such a successful one when it came out. I guess I'm taking it for granted. Yeah, everybody seems to love Creature. How much is in it? It's just a slew array. That's all it is. Nothing but a slew array. Made all the madness happen. There's Creature. Isn't that something? There's not much to it. It's not very big. But we love it all the same. So here's inv dry wet. Got to do it like that. And interestingly, that is also param 3, so that's handy. And by wet times 2 minus 1. Oh, I stand corrected. I don't actually need to set this to -1. I can just have it go 0 to 1. Same as the VST will be. And then dry equals 2 minus get param 3 times 2. And then we clamp it. Here's Kalman. And rather than having this be 1.0, we use drive for this because that's how it works. And the only question remaining is, how does this relate to like drive and stuff? But we'll see. Let's see what we got. Oh, we have to rebuild it from scratch. Yeah, I'm glad that you folks are enjoying Creature. It's nice to have made something that really brings on happy accidents and the ability to do crazy things. So here we go with our in dry wet. This is something I wanted to hear. I've been listening to this, so let's listen to this some more. If this works, I'll check out with, well, maybe this is a fine idea. Let's immediately start using span to show how much cancellation I can get. Kelman, then span. What do we got? Okay, this is just straight up level. This is where I get to that kick drum only setting. And we have a wide range of settings, so I think this is not really quite done in some ways. It worked differently with other drum tracks that weren't as bad as this, but this should be a good test anyway. Yeah, you can't really hear it, but it is bringing out the kick this way. So let's try to dial this thing in some way that's remotely useful. This should be adjusting the cutoff. So I should be able to dial it in here. Clearly that's not cutting anything off. There we go. Cancellation. There's our bassiness. There's what bass boost is like, and here is what the mid-range without the bass is like. Maybe this is functional. pretty much maximum cancellation here. Let's run it again. Got a bit of a buzz going on in there. It's dialed down very low for this. So at full crank, what's my best cancellation? I've seen that number before, just by coincidence, but there it is again. So there's with the bass and mid-range dialed up so far that there's no bass left at all. And this is me trying to decide whether that sounds good as a crossover. Because this is that form of crossover where I can balance it out and then lean either on the bass or the trebly side of it using the usual procedure. Here's our full bassy. One thing about it, this is neatly taking out all of the bassiness. Really accurately. That's quite striking, actually. Here, let me fuss with my fire a little bit more. And it's getting on. Let me fuss with my fire a little bit more and get some of my dinner defrosting, because that's the other thing I gotta do. I'm back. I think that kind of has worked in its way. And here's our only bass boost. So we have made the track now become only the low end and that bass guitar, with the power of Kalman. I think we're going to have to set the drive can just be fixed. The drive is working at 0.777. Hey, Mel. As such, let's bail out of here and do a quick edit, seeing as we are working on this very plugin. Or at least we were. Well, the poor laptop is stressing out. It's like, it's tired. Meaning, there we go. So where even was the, oh, here it is. Here it is. Dry cal gets included there, and so does input samples. So these both need to be scaled to this much in order to make it work. Seems legit. Okay, I'll go with that. Looks good. That ought to work. Have I updated things properly, though? No, I have not, have I? I really didn't. So, 1. We'll start with full wet. That's our crossover, which is starting at high and going down to low, so there's that. We'll see whether I might need to change the direction that goes. If anybody has any thoughts, we might be getting finished with it. This is starting to look finished. There's that stuff, so that's legit. And a few tweaks up here. these. And the rest of this looks nice and simple. So I'm down with that. I wonder if some of this could be simplified. How many of these exist? This one, this one, this one. Let's not do that. I'll be able to simplify some other stuff here. How about this? How many of these are in there? Literally one. Pfft. Alrighty then. That's even simpler. Multiplication is commutative. We don't need to have lots of extra variables sitting around if we just work it out ahead of time. So this gets to be times Kalman times 8, and that will in fact work. None of these things are actually, I don't have to have the parentheses on that. That's going to be fine. Same with this. I got the parentheses just in case it turns out to need it, but it's not going to. Let's see, where else? And then up here, we can simplify this. 0.314 times 0.5. It's actually 157. That beeping is my oven being ready for cooking tacos, and yay for that, because I'm hungry and I'm going to look forward to it a lot. Here's our caldrite trim. How many of these do we have? Could I replace this too? Exactly one. Yeah, we don't need this to be its own variable living all up here. Yeah, see, the thing about use of peak energy is it has to sound good. I am working on it, believe you me. Boom. We now have a much simpler Kalman. And it basically works like this with the reshaping. I'm looking at it and going, do I want to fool with this so that the taper, the whole thing's reversed? I feel like often if you turn something clockwise, it goes more high frequency. Let's see what happens if we do this. Only thing that's happening is a blip in polarity. And Kalman starts at 0.5 anyway, so it doesn't matter. Build. it built. It's happy enough with it. Kaboom. Looking good. Busily building it over and over again just to be sure. He says as he builds it over and over again and then does not copy it to the desktop where it belongs. Once more with feeling. Kind of like that. Now, what else can we do? Let's use Kalman and play with something else. Oh, I know. We were doing stuff with one of the daily noise, and that has a bunch of tracks where I know they are excessively bassy. Some of them are far bassier than they need to be because my monitoring speakers were different back then. And what I've got now goes deeper, but is evener. So I had stuff excessively bassy at this time for that reason. So let's see, in what? That's a resonant bassy thing, so. And we've got it all the way up to where we only have highs now. And all the way down to where it's doing nothing. Interesting. I bet you can hear this. I bet this is coming across. Deep bass, just a little touch of this Kalman control. And it's taking that rumble out. And then we can bring it back, but in a more moderate way. Yeah, it's like an AI-based control. Goodbye subs. They gone. There they are again. And oh, hello, here's only subs. The crossover sounds really weird, but it's using a constructive solid geometry form for doing this work. Maybe this is a pop filter. We got just that hint of shriekiness in there. Bass conditioner Mel. Listen to it. Here's bass. Here's no bass. Oh, you could, yes, you could put it on descent for bass. You can put it anywhere you want. Do whatever you like. I wonder whether I need to have that power function in there. Let's quickly bounce out of here and go back and simplify what I'm doing with it. Because we had power 1.0 minus get parameter 1, comma 2. So what would happen if we didn't have that power function? Let's find out. Much simpler. It's going to please me if it ends up being like, yeah, the correct thing to do is simplify all of this stuff, and it just works beautifully and is perfect just the way it is. That would be very pleasing. Where'd it go? Do I have it in here? Did I never take it out? Yeah, I never took it out. There we are. Let's see if that was in fact correct, or if we need to go the opposite direction. Common is also a mathematical optimizer. It's not really from a stock market, I don't believe, but it's from science. It's not an audio filter, except for it is an audio filter, clearly. There it is. That's what we were listening to before. Here's Kalman. Full cancellation. Yeah, I think this is the correct ballistics. We're letting through the deepest of the deep bass this way. But then I still hear some fullness as I bring it up. I've got a little more room to move before it starts taking it out. We could even do the same thing over again. Easy there. Whoa there, Sparky. What do you think you're doing? This maybe, let's find out what it does. Let's see what this does. Maybe I've got it backwards. Who can say? I might just have it backwards. Quick little sanity check here. Because what it needs to do is bring up bass right into the middle of the control. If you know what I mean? We need to have the full cancellation going, right? Like this. And I think that was the opposite of what I needed to do. Well, we could just cut back the control a little bit, though. Yeah, all these ranges are just still too big. So what were we doing? So 1.0 minus the power of get param 1. That's what it needs to be. That will make it lean in the direction it needs to lean. It needs to do this. So that all of those settings are way closer to that extreme Let's see what we got. Let's see what this does. Oh, hang on. What did I just tell it to do? Nothing. Drag. Components. Alrighty. Let's roll. I still haven't made those 3 versions of discontinuity I was talking about. Huh? I will. So I'm working on a bunch of different things, and so it kind of stands to reason that I'll be a little bit scattered. Sometimes that's just how it rolls. So, Kelman at 0. We are going to hear lots of bass. And we still kind of do. And then we're starting to lose it. I am satisfied with what this is doing. On full bass duties, this much of the control does absolutely nothing, huh? Maybe that could use a little help. I feel like not useful for the bottom quarter of the control to do nothing. We're doing too much of the thing that we're doing. Doesn't need to be 3. It can be 2. That will be just fine. If I do that, then the ballistics of the control are going to be a little bit more appropriate. Although it still covers a really wide range, but that's not necessarily bad. This might indeed be more useful than pair to isolate or remove bass. Because pair is a sort of an audio style filter, whereas this is something weird. There, now we're getting a serious thump. Right down around the 0.2 point. So we got range to adjust the lows. It's a nicely steep cutoff for what it is. It's a nicely steep cutoff. And there's our subs only. If we're using it just to boost, we've got an authoritative subs boost. All about that subs boost. And it blends pretty well considering that it's letting a real ghost of the sound through. It's weirdly not dirty considering how weird it is. Now here we take out all the subs and leave only highs. For a strange noise. Tighten up that kick and cut some of that lows, and we'll let some back. Or all bass. What do we got here? Let's tighten up those lows because the kick drum is so loud. And then bring a little back. It honestly still sounds kind of weird, but and this one doesn't have too much lows, so maybe we add some thump here. There's some thump. And let's do it in a effect stack so we can throw a little 80 clip on for loudenation, since we are filling in lows using Calgon. At its previous setting, Calgon is a joke. Calgon is the thing that cleans your hands and your dishes. So if we have just only thump, there's some good thump. Add plenty of boost. Bypass, still peaking out like mad. There, let's start it over. Bass boost using Kalman and 80 clip. Right, I've actually boosted, I've over boosted. No bass boost. Bass boost. It feels good. It feels about right. It's a little dry this way. A little dry without the bass boost. Kick in the bass boost. And it honestly feels, a lot of it sounds kind of similar, but It's a lot drier there. And then we can add more. Dry again. I think we've got a functional something. I think this is actually a functional thing. Especially since the way it works, since it's constructed out of inverse and wet, or since the final end result will be constructed out of inverse and wet, when you re-add them back together again, you get dry. So we get the middle range without the extremeness. The area in the middle is basically just constructive solid geometry for sound, meaning it reassembles into a perfect match. So small adjustments, if I can go as far as I did to like nuke everything other than the bass or nuke the bass completely, then smaller adjustments are going to sound better. So that's gonna work pretty good, I think. And I feel like I'm still not doing the thing I said I was gonna do. There's Kalman. Where's Kalman? There's Kalman. She'll be coming around the mountain when she comes. I've been working too many hours today. Hey, Jess. So I'm going to be wanting to bring Air 3 and Kalman into Console X channel because those are the kinds of filters, although I also had experiments I wanted to do with Air 3. And there's a real question right there. I might not be up for that one at the moment. I got 25 minutes before it's dinner time. If I was going to fool around with Air 3, what would I do? Because the way the Kalman filter works is by feeding dry sample in based on how different it is. Oh, neat. Cool beans. Or cool worms, rather. Sweeter than anything is moving a worm farm from one place to another. Let's look at both of these things at the same time, as long as we are derping around doing all this. What are we looking at, and what does it look at when you do the Kalman thing versus not do it? So prev slew is prev sample. Much like piv SL, prev slew equals prev AL. So that's my prev sample, is prev A in air. Prev air, 4, 3, 2, and 1. So prev sample is clamped here, but the way that it works functionally is cal gain is being manipulated. It's how much dry to retain. I describe it as madness takes its toll. So where it says prev samp L1, air says prev AL1. Dry cal is simply another aspect of input sample. No different. It's being assigned input sample. It's literally input sample again. So why do I have that there? How many of these are there? That and that and that. If I was to call it, well, it's not dry sample though. So yeah, this is used there and there. Oh, I see why. I see why. We made this because we assigned this change to here, but then we immediately do this. So we can't use input sample because input sample instantly gets changed and we need to be able to refer to what it was just before. That's why. And we're not actually doing that with this one, are we? It's a tricky little beast. This is a tricky little beast. It would be really nice if I could get some of that Kalman AI kind of how much we avoid using the dry sample versus the previous ones into Air 3 before it comes out. Because I mean to use Air 3 in the upcoming Console X. So I'd like to have the same facility operating in here. So let's see. Kalman gain, how much dry to retain? I could also do a air gain and then figure out how that's actually doing its thing. Out L, huh. So here's my output. This is a tweak. There's my output again. So yeah, we're taking whatever the output is. Well, if we're doing that, we could logically just out AL. Indeed. Up. Don't want that semicolon there. This is the dangerous part of fooling with this stuff this late in the day. I've done good solid 8 hours of grinding away at all this stuff, and I've covered a lot of ground. A lot of ground, really, but here's where things start getting tricky. So we construct this by how much it had changed. And then we keep stepping it down. Or literally overriding it again. Or clamping it. That's a clamping it. So I guess we need to do a air gain in here as well, which we haven't yet done. And we'll use out AL. Let's see. And then it will immediately give me these to work with, so that's all cool. So air out AL. Now we've got that to work with. Meaning that now we use that instead of input sample. We're generating ground by sort of removing this stuff, using a temp and reconstructing it back again. So that's a little weird and backwards, but it looks like it would work. That looks like it might be a weird thing to do, but it does look like it's working. So now, here's the thing. Gain AL. And we're going to calculate this before it's going to look like this one. So instead of cal gain, it's not going to look like this, but it's going to be kind of close. So So we're working with dry sample. That's legit. We can keep that part. We probably don't need this scaling factor. That's just making it larger. And air gain AL was air dry sample minus out AL. So the amount of difference that this has, see, this is where this starts to get interesting and weird. Making this small change is what I need in order to reconstruct what this thing does. And this is kind of the formulation. Feed the chain of previous samples. We're doing that, but we're currently doing it with nothing but dry sample. So instead, we do something looking like that, kind of. And it's going to be using air out AL. Air gain AL. And the inverse of air gain AL times dry sample, which is the thing that we are normally just putting in directly. And we're putting it here. So rather than doing it this way, we're doing it this way. In theory, this will compile. I don't know whether it'll work. It should compile. And that, in theory, is the code once I actually compile it, because, of course, I have not actually gotten there. It's going to get towards where people are having to like add highs to my stuff because things like discontinuity are taking so much away from them. Here's our air 3. We got to build it again. It may do a crazy runaway if I do it wrong, so I might need to put in the safety that I had in Kalman. But let's see what we've got here. Well, I can do a sanity check with noise, but let's play with... Let's see what it sounds like on some drums. First, without doing anything much. We'll see if it functions at all. That's a nope. Nope, that didn't function at all. So far, this ain't working as well as I'd hoped. Let's see what we can make this do. Back into Kalman. There was a sanity check in Kalman that should save my bacon. And this was it. So air gain, except for now it's Kalman. Let's see what we get if we're literally just clamping it to half. We can clamp it to less. I'm pretty sure if I take it down to 0, nothing will happen. Oh, somebody thinks I'm a national treasure? Which nation? They'll knight me in England because of all the drum and bass guys. You wait. And I'm 10 minutes out from tacos. This time I'm not going to go over. I swear to God, this time I'm going to have my dinner properly. Like a good boy. Rise original drums. So for clamping it to 0.5, let's quickly see whether it's blown up or whether it's behaving itself. That's a bunch of bright highs. I think it might be working. I think it might actually be working. It's not breaking, at least not yet. We has incredibly aggressive highs. That's what we're supposed to have. Good. This is their real level. Let's do a quick sanity check on variations of alien kittens. So 192. If I try to nuke all of the highs using the new version of Air 3, 0.5, I get this. I still hear bass, although there's more bass than that. But I do still hear highs as they're meant to be. The question being, what do we get if I keep fooling with it? It's certainly not canceling out all of the highs the way I expected it to. That sounds about the same though. How about, what am I doing? I'm doing this. This one. I may need to fiddle with it in order to get proper cancellation. Oh, okay, that's a little weird. I think I'm not quite done. Hear that? We got craziness happening. So 0.5, clearly too much. Clearly too much. So what else should we have then? Overall scale times something maybe? Well, let's quickly do clamping it to this times overall scale and see if we can make all the other ones freak out in the same way. There. Now that should act exactly the same on the original alien kittens once I actually place it in the right place. I made a solemn promise that I was going to go and have tacos when I needed to, so maybe we're going to quickly burn through this and either succeed or fail. Quick check. Same sound? Yes. $96K. Is it going to do the same thing, or is it going to do something else? Now that I've scaled it, it's going to scream and die. Okay, that's about all I need to know. So what would happen if we take it down by yay much and then do overall scale? What do we get then? Or am I going to need to do a square root of overall scale or something? Oh, we need to build it first. What am I even doing? This is suggesting to me that I probably should dial this back and return to what I'm doing when I'm ready. But I got this final, I can't resist doing the final hack. I cannot resist to do the final hack. So we've dialed it right back, and the regular speed should be fine, normal. And I'll note that sounds like a good cutoff. A good airband. But when I had the Kalman thing engaging, it was a lot brighter. And that, I think, is correct. So we are on the right track. Now, 196, how much closer are we to it freaking out? It should have been dialed back to where it's going to behave. Although I still need to tune in that cancellation better. But that's fine. It's fine. Now, 192. Is it going to flip out when it hits 192, suggesting that maybe I need to do a square root calculation to balance it? Because it needs to be more, but how much more? It went too far. So let's try 0.25 times square root overall scale. And we could fool with the gain too, but that's a little much for right now. I'm not going to go there right now. Where is it? Where is it? Where'd it go? There it is. Boop. And boop. If it goes beyond this, it stays there. Then let's boost this just a hair as a treat. Oh, I'm out of time. I'm out of time. It's been 8 hours and I've only just gotten locked into the task. Let's do a little quick back and forth and then I will bid you adieu, but I can't let go of this right now. Is it going to blow up? No. And that's a nice hissy airband effect. I don't have my cancellation, but that's a nice hissy airband effect. How much do I hear it here? Sounds very similar to what it did before at 192. Quick check at 96. Thank you for loading so quickly. Very good, baby. That's an airband. So I got to balance the ground out. But, ooh, and the real time is actually 5:03. I am already over. We're going to call that a day. This has been exciting. I did some cool stuff with Kalman. I'm doing some cool stuff with Air. And we'll put out something which is probably going to, what did I say I was going to put out? I'm going to put out something, probably the triangulate thing. The triangular one. And I'll see you again on Tuesday. And like I said, I promise next week we're going to play games. It's kind of exhausting doing this, although it's exciting and entertaining, and I'm getting somewhere with it. But on the whole, we got to balance things out. So, thanks, folks. I'll catch you all later. And bye-bye.